Goatsy.
What?
Am I?
They never
Every
hear me
time.
say it.
There's something. Yeah. Nate, the producer Nate just said goatsy, and that's
Don't
not the
call me
that's
out.
not the first time that's happened. Welcome,
What?
everybody. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, everything in between, and none of the above. Welcome to Shadows over Velda. I am your good friend in gaming, Alphonse McKenzie, your dungeon master for the evening. If you have never been to a Shadows over
That's
Velda, we had a lot of new friends come in this last week. So if you've never been to a Shadows over Velda session, this is our D&D campaign where we get a bunch of VTubers together and play Dungeons and Dragons. We are on episode 29. So thank you everybody in the audience
29.
for being here for almost 30 episodes. We've been all over the country with this. Not gonna lie, I've recorded this in Washington, Philadelphia, Denver, let's see, Chicago, a bunch of other places. But we are finally here back, and I think everybody is here back at home, cozy in our oodies.
It's true.
having a wonderful time. We will, if you don't know much about the series, we have some nice little recaps as well as all of the VODs available on YouTube if you would like to go and check those out. And we do a little recap before we actually start playing. But before we start playing in earnest, we usually do a little icebreaker question to kind of get some, pre-game crosstalk in and learn a little bit about our player characters without revealing too much about them, without revealing the whole game. We want to keep some secrets. Took us 29 episodes to shake a secret out of fucking pie. So I'm excited to see what secrets you guys are holding on to. But the question we have here is, as we established in like the episode 1, even like episode or 0, session 0, in the world of Shadows over Velda, if you are a magically inclined person, if you have a vein of the arcane inside of you, and you have enough people who follow you and believe in what you do, in what you say, in what you write, in what you believe, you can ascend into, for lack of a better term, godhood. The universe imbues you with more of a conduit into the arcane, so you get more power, right? And that power begets power begets power. So you can be a god, but it's a lot of work. It's like becoming a CEO, right? A lot of work to be a CEO, right? Right, guys? A lot of work. It's and some people want gods, gone. So what you, as a, I guess, mortal to some extent, what would you be the patron god of? Your characters. What would you, god of war, god of harvest, god of lost souls, god of the wanderers, god of trees? What would you, as a character, be the god of? We'll go from the bottom, and we'll start with the person that we recently got a really big lore drop on, Phi, who we learned a lot about. But what would Phi, or Phoenix, what would Phi be the patron god of?
Wow, this guy stinks. Wow, this is crazy. This question was specifically crafted to nuke me specifically. No, okay, let's see. Phoenix would be like, I'm guessing this is like kind of like path names, right? I think Phoenix would be probably, if you looked into the module, whatever, he would be the free shooter. And he would probably, he would be, arriving at the doorstep of those who, how do I say, are willing to give up things for the ability to shoot shit real good.
Okay.
And maybe
So-
not in like a physical sense, sometimes in like a metaphysical sense, you know.
Okay.
So
So
it's like,
like
they would have to give up something in order to.
God of like the gun, I guess, like true shot or something like that. So I guess trying to think of some like metaphysical broader term for what that would be,
Yeah.
but like goals, achieving your goals.
Right.
Okay, that's cool. I like that. That's really fucking awesome. And they'd have to give something up, obviously, in order to get that. So kind of like in a warlock vein. It's not just like gifts freely given,
Yeah, it's like your shots are always true, except the last one in the chamber is, always for you. Saved last.
I see. Okay, very cool. I like that. I like that aesthetic. You're maintaining the true shots precision kind of aesthetic. It's really nice. Good answer. Good answer.
Like whatever you want at the end, you're given your goal, and then you are collected.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that's the deal there. A Faustian bargain. All right, sweet. Okay. Moving on up, we got Juzo. What would Sunder has a god that not necessarily you worship, but you kind of keep as like a lucky rabbit's foot, I imagine, right? That's what.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's your like a token. But what would Sunder as a person be, or as a deity, be the god of? If you amass your followers, you have temples and statues of you and to honor you. What are you? People go up to your plaque and squint. What does it say?
Well, since Sunder kind of like, keeps Ilmater close as like the broken god, I feel like Sunder would be like the opposite, the unbreaking god. Instead of like allowing people to like, walk in the footsteps of redemption, his whole thing would be like in battles, you could call upon gain a power to not really, falter, not fall in a sense. Let's be honest here. The amount of times that Sunder has almost died and has not died yet, he says a lot.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I love it. Yeah, the just like unbending will, the unbreakable physicality of you. Like honestly, one of the coolest and most revisited, at least in my head, Sunder moments is that fucking. I know it's really old at this point, but the Boulé fight was something else, man. I so crazy. He gave no shits, and neither did the Boulé, but eventually really kicked its ass, man. Kudos. But yeah, that's really great. Patron god of unbreakable will, super cool. And you would just maintain your original aesthetic, I imagine.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. Bitchin'. Awesome. Really good answer. Okay. Moving on up, we have Hayden. What would, I can probably guess, but what would Argentum be the patron god of?
I feel like they would, like, their title would be like the patron god of knowledge.
Okay.
Because there's so many things you can do with knowledge. Like you can do what they do, where they take the knowledge of like their quarry soul, and then they twist it into something else. It's just like overarching knowledge and like guiding people upon the path of like discovering the knowledge either that they need or that they want. And depending what path they're going is how Argentum might guide them.
Okay.
And I think if they were to have like an appearance as a deity, I think, the like multi-armed like gods that you see?
Like Shiva?
Like Shiva, but instead of that, coming from like their back would be like similar to like how like quarry souls are usually like more insectoid.
Yeah, they're like lobsters.
Insectoid, like arms and like legs coming from like their back
that's
instead.
Neat. like Iron Spider.
It's just like a combination of like those two spirits to kind of represent like the multiple ways that knowledge can be used.
That's really cool. I love that. I dig that aesthetic. That's really neat. And it fits Argentum to a T, obviously. I was thinking more, I was going to guess like writing or something, but like knowledge is a really like, you zoom out a little bit more, and that seems to be a bit more, especially once you gain that kind of power, you have that sway over just like the idea of knowing things. Really neat. Okay. Moving up. Nate, Ray.
Yes, sir.
What would... I mean, Zephyrael is already pretty spiritual, and engages in religion, not freely in their own religion, but if you were to gain the power, if you were to get all the trappings of Lolth and bring them all together and in this alt universe, you gain the power and the followers and make that happen. What would you decide to use that power for? What would you be the patron god of?
Yeah, it's so interesting to think about, just considering that as a character I am building this like line of followers in campaign. And who knows how by the end game of it Lolth will feel about it. So I don't know. I feel like it could be many different, like Zephyrael could be the domain of war, could be the domain of death, could be the domain of life. Like he could be, a god of war or a god of conquest in the most like face value sense and what he's doing.
Yeah.
But he could also be like, a god of rebirth, a god of balance.
Yeah.
I hate maybe reformation just to make it simple, since that's what he's all about.
Reformation is really cool.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I wouldn't say like redemption though. Like there's got to be some sort of line and that separates the two, if that makes sense.
Yeah, redemption implies, at least my definition of it, redemption implies a straight like shot up with no like negative repercussions, but reformation implies changing yourself a little bit to kind of fit what you would like to become. So I like that more because it requires a little bit of character growth for that to happen. So we'll see what happens moving forward in the remaining looks at watch question mark sessions.
100 episodes of Sal. 100.
We'll see where this goes. But yeah, great answer. Do you have an aesthetic? Like, what's your god form? Which Super Saiyan 3? What's your...
Sephiroth.
No, honestly, like you can just imagine Zephyrael, but they have like multiple faces and giant black wings, like just something really fucking.
Oh,
cool
like the
that.
multiple faces thing. That's neat.
Yeah, some sort of angel, dark-looking angel. I think would be the vibe.
Gorgeous. Maybe your wings will have feathers finally. Who knows?
Maybe one day. I'll cry.
Okay. All right, moving up, we have Silent Beak. Ben, what do you think, if given the power, the time, the followers, what do you think Silent Beak would be the patron god of?
I think that... So, this is going to delve a bit into, like, a tiny bit of Greek mythology, which is funny considering what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
So... There's this thing. There's a kind of story in Greek mythology called a katabasis, which is a journey into the underworld.
Yes.
It's usually the story of God, what was his name? Orpheus descending down.
Eurydice, yeah.
Rescue Eurydice. That's an example of a katabasis. The opposite of that is, I think it's called an anabasis. Anabasis, yeah. It's going up.
Right.
I think that Beak would probably be the goddess of Anabasis, in the sense that she represents people that have nothing surviving and like climbing up like through the world and finding a way to live a complete life despite starting from basically garbage.
Yeah, that kind of reflects how the drow have been treated in this society as well, where they've kind of clawed their way out from the Underdark into the surface to a place that's foreign, honestly hostile. So yeah, like that, you'd think that going into heaven would be a little bit more pleasant, but just ask anybody who's had that journey. I'm sure it's definitely there's some resistance. We're not supposed to go up there, otherwise they'd let us up there. But yeah, that's fantastic. And it's like, so you'd be the god of the story or the person who's making that journey?
Of just all the people that make that journey is the
okay.
thing. It would be like the god of anybody who proverbially breaks their shackles to ascend to something better than where they started.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. You guys are so creative. It's really fascinating as a DM and somebody who's helping write all this story, but like also like it just gives me a window into what you guys want without asking too many like just on the face value questions, where it's just like, what do you want out of the campaign? Where this is a little bit more exploratory, a little bit more, creative. So thank you so much for that. That's going to definitely inform my decisions going forward. I'll write that down. So we go back to Ipswich's School for Swindlers. Does anybody want to talk about something cool that happened last session? Something that you remember vividly, something that you enjoyed, something that your character did that you want to bring up again, just so we can refresh chat's memory, but also mine.
Beak saved like fucking 4 people or some shit.
Dude, Beak was fucking ER. Like Beak was assessing people.
Doogie Howser.
Yeah, Beak was Doogie Howser. Beak was doing fucking work, literally bringing people back from the brink of death. Silent Peak, as they have been, as she's been given a nickname.
Silent Peak.
Silent Peak. Beak. Sorry. Brought back Baron Tyrael from the veil between worlds for a bit, kind of stabilized him. He's still unconscious. They brought him in, assuming that he was on the verge of death, and he was effectively dead, but his spirit was being held in by his runic blade, and he kind of just put it back through a what is essentially a revivify spell. Required a lot of resources from the school itself. Required time and a lot of energy. But Beak was able to bring back Tyrael. Beak also helped Varric, who was suffering from some necrosis on his face, which was healed. But I think, who was it that gave, what was his name? Trevor, a piece of that, necrosis scab tissue. I think Phi did, and to go study it, deal with it, figure out what that was, what have you. But Beak was the one that made it so that it was no longer going to affect him. It kind of knocked him on his ass for a little bit. He was bleeding this ichor out of his nose. He was kind of pushing through the pain a little bit, enjoying the little respite that he and his men have had over the past couple of weeks. But yeah, Beak's Peak. We now have a cleric, if you guys haven't noticed it. But yeah, okay. Anybody else want to talk about something cool that happened?
Yeah, Zephyriel, I gave, in the wake of her loved one's, the lover, in the wake of her loved one's death, I gave Elandra new meaning and purpose in life, it seems, as she reached an epiphany during that ritual, and also somehow got a vague upvote from Lolth, I believe, which is a little insane. And that was incredible. an incredible moment for me.
It was honestly, and I said it in the moment, but I do believe this. This is something that I also was thinking about for a while. This is some of the coolest, and I only DM'd once or twice, but this is some of the coolest RP that I've ever had as a D&D player. I was genuinely moved by what you came up with, and it was a really fun moment as not only an actor but a dungeon master and a tabletop gamer. So thank you for that. Ray pretty much delivered an alternate funeral rite in a traditional setting to what the original Church of Lolth would have done. These bloodletting ritual, which wasn't terribly gratuitous or particularly violent, but it was still symbolic. And Ray took a second to be like, no, this is we can do something different. We can honor them in a different way. And I think ultimately you had said that the being vulnerable and exposing yourself and talking about it and grieving with somebody and having a shoulder to lean on and stuff like that is just as like emotionally violent as it would be, giving yourself a wound in your hand to kind of let that blood out. It's raw. It was real, and it was a conversation that she had never had before, especially when Syndra was around. So yeah, that was incredible. And you did get a little silent thumbs up from Lolth in only a way that she knows how. But yeah, a really, really cool moment. And Syndra kissed you, to which you promptly were just like, yeah, right, nah, sorry.
Wait, Alondra, you mean?
yeah, Alondra, sorry. Yeah, Alondra kissed you.
No, yeah, they all be doing that for some reason. Not sure why that keeps happening to me.
Yeah, Jesus got kissed a lot too.
Did he really? Well,
yeah, he did. There's a lot of like that sort of imagery in the Bible where it's just like, exchanging of soft kisses or whatever.
Yeah, as a Christ-like figure, I should probably read a little bit of that.
As a Christ-like figure,
I should read the Bible. Yeah. That's your study material, bro.
What's Jesus getting up to? Why they like him so much?
My worst enemy. I'm not gonna make you read the Bible.
In my house, I don't know.
That's crazy.
Truthfully, this is probably what he did. He's like, I'm the avatar of God, and look at these miracles I do. Smite someone, broad daylight. No, that's awesome.
I love that.
I'm not sure that I love the sudden kissing, but I do love how this has been developing and how my character's been changing to as he discovers what it means to be this like champion of the Reformed faith.
Yeah, I do too. It's been great to see you grow, and to help the people around you. Anyone else have anything cool that they did? Anything major story developments? Anything to that effect?
There's two major things that come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
The first was around the beginning of the episode. Argentum came up with a name for the new river in like memoriam of the wall. They named it Iramis Mar, which in Elvish, the whole time I was trying to translate this, I was like, how can I translate this Tolkien in Elvish, man? It means the wall's home.
Iramis Mar, which I absolutely love, and we'll try and get that into the maps as soon as possible when I have the time to sit down and make a new map based on this massive geological change that has occurred over the last few days in northern Lothlorien.
Well, crazy. I love working on maps, so if you need help, let me know.
I might actually hit you up on that. We have a new river was the second thing you were talking about.
We started deciphering the you tell him, baby boy. There's an axe murderer outside, I swear. So we were trying to figure out what to do. I'm trying to rein in this tiny dire wolf, and
That's okay.
Woof woof.
Woof woof.
A woof.
We finally opened the box.
Yes.
That
parcel from the post office from episode what, 12?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it was earlier than that, but yeah.
Yeah, it was somewhere around there. Yeah, I think it was around 12 from when we had spoken to Veyroun, and we finally opened it, and inside were two chess pieces. There was a bishop and a dragon chess piece, and we started deciphering a riddle that was within it, trying to discover who had written it, what it all meant, and my little noodle has been rotting on this for a week. I've been subjecting my fellow players to my brain rot because I need somewhere to put it.
Oh, it's been fascinating, and it was like, as a DM, it was really nice to like kind of sit back and watch you guys figure this out, because you're not wrong. Like you guys were getting it and putting the pieces together, and that was really satisfying for me, because it was just like, whew, okay, I didn't fuck this up. But also it was like, oh my gosh, the story is, this is a big turn. This is a big lot of the currency in tabletop gaming, especially RP, is information, right? So you guys kind of started minting your own currency, as it were, right? You started figuring this stuff out on your own, and it was fascinating to watch. So way to go, guys. What did you like? I mean, it's all kind of nebulous because nothing has been really confirmed yet. So it's hard to say what you did figure out, quote unquote. But you guys thought through a lot of it, and if you want to go back and watch a lot of the thinking process, it was really neat. But it was quite a complex little poem, almost a series of like couplets, and these pieces. And then after you guys had this, you guys were decided it was approaching. Well, let's drift back into the actual play here for a second. The sun has descended fully across the horizon, and the moon has taken its place, hanging a little shallow in the sky as the titular shadows over Velde whip and swirl, curve and curl themselves around the clouds above Ipswich's School for Swindlers, that has kind of cemented itself in this now a widening lagoon in the middle of the North Sea, just off the coast of Lolthlorian proper. It is a little chilly. The sun has set, so there's no longer the heat that is kind of baking the inside. The sun isn't coasting in through these stained glass windows anymore, but the moon instead, its light twitching and moving as it curves its way across the night sky through these clouds. It's about 9:30 or so p.m., 9:45, and Phoenix, you guys had set out to do watch. Phoenix had found a little parcel. It's really just a letter, and on the inside there was a piece of parchment vellum that had some words scrawled on it. The parchment itself was a little scuffed, stained, burnt, crumpled, flattened out. It was something somebody grabbed. And it said, no matter what happens, you are all still heroes. And on the inside was a hero chess piece from Dragon Chess. And that was right as you were about to go to bed, right, Phoenix?
Right.
Okay.
Just when I honk shoe.
Okay, did you go to bed after that?
Yeah, I'm itching to press this long rest button, guys.
Okay.
I stayed awake to watch over Phoenix and Beak. I believe they both stayed behind.
Correct.
Could I ask a question about this parcel?
Of course, yeah.
The bedrolls.
Yeah.
So if anyone is invisible and they're like within 10 feet, I'd be able to see them unless they stealthed. Is there any chance that someone invisible has walked by me thinking they were safe and left this parcel here?
Can you make a perception check for me
Okay.
for like the past, let's say, like hour that you've been here?
Sweet. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to make out like their features and stuff, but just curious. Natural 20.
You know exactly who put this here. It was in it's fun because
Huge.
tell them the parchment that was used was not the parchment that was used on the inside, because you guys had noticed that it was similar to the letters you had received at the beginning of the campaign, to the summons to Ivbranca. This was not the same as that. It was written quite hastily, and the person who left this left it immediately after they left you guys after helping you. It's Lillian put this here as a little note to just keep your guys' hopes up. You know, make sure that you guys are not despondent, especially after the loss of a close friend.
That is really, really sweet. I imagine like her scent lingers on the paper or something.
Very much so. She wears a very projecting like perfume that kind of cuts through the cold of this area. It's warm, like a saccharine vanilla.
Awesome. I'm just going to like sit nearby these bedrolls and keep my ears perked for a bit until the others return.
I will take that natural 20 perception check for your watch. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. So as Phi lays down and begins a very well-deserved long rest, we go to. Is there anybody who wants to do anything before we go to where I think we're going? Because you guys got about, I don't know, a couple hours before midnight at least.
Nah, after diving off a building, I'm knocked out.
Yeah, you're
Beak is also fucking conked out.
Yeah, Beak after rezzing people from the dead.
Yeah, Beak is tapped.
She's earned that sleep. As Sunder and as like Argentum's ready to getting ready to go meet with Sunder, Ray will just hear in his head, "I'm heading out now, but if you do want to meet up, or you need to find a private place, let me know when I get back. I'll be quick, or as quick as I can be."
Maybe not tonight. I'm gonna have Soot go along with them if that's okay.
Sure. Out of the shadows, you see this feline head. It's like big. It's like a meaty, like stout feline head too. But it pulls itself from the shadows, and as it catches the moonlight, you see bits of sparkles and stars that start to dance along its fur that comes from out behind Ray.
Understood.
And where are you sending Soot?
I think just to tag along. I don't think. Yeah, there's no. It doesn't have to stay near me, so I think just have Soot tag along Argentum.
Okay. And you see this with your natural 20, Ray, but Phi does not see this. You see a little lump start to move at Phi's feet in his bedroll. And it moves and kind of
the return.
You catch it and you hear a very soft squeak underneath the burlap of his bedroll. Furs. You just hear wait.
Shit, my bad. Raise my foot.
And it releases a very ratty sigh, and curls itself in between the small of Phi's knee, kind of starts to relax and even out, But yes, the soot comes up next to you, Argentum, and then just kind of sits regally, almost haughtily, its head kind of held up level with everybody.
In your head again, Argentum, I'll say, Soot will tell me if anything goes wrong on your end.
Sounds good. I appreciate you looking out. We'll be careful. You stay safe too.
Acknowledged.
Okay. So, Argentum, you and I imagine, is Sunder going with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's you and Sunder who are going to find the Temple of Illustray that is
Yes, sir.
underneath of... Okay. Do you know where it is?
No.
Not a clue.
So when you were outside, you did see several. But when you were out with Ray at the mouth of the Iramismar, you were able to see sea caves that had been at one point part of the continent, but since this has been removed, they've kind of been there are these fresh tunnels on the sides of this atoll that you guys are on top of. You can surmise that if you are to get to this temple, that's probably a good place to start.
Okay. Feel like cave diving, darling?
I've never been, but it wouldn't be the first time I'm put in a precarious position.
I think the sea caves that formed are probably our best bet. Best starting place.
Let's see, let's head out then, shall we?
Let's go.
So you guys leave the residential area that you guys are in with the the mess hall and the great hall, Ipswich's quarters, and the student quarters where all the soldiers are staying. The air and everything else is kind of still. All the students have kind of chilled out and gone into their own little corners of the Bailey and the great hall itself, and even a couple are starting to set up and make a little space for themselves in the chapel area, in the actual castle area, and in Ipswich's living quarters and things like that. The soldiers themselves are keeping watch. These small fires that they have put together are, they have circles of upturned shields and scraps of tents that they have kind of dragged with each other over the siege bridge that has since been lifted and brought over to the side of the island. One thing you do notice when you leave the Great Hall is this place is armed to the teeth. It is, blades and halberds and glaives and maces and siege weaponry. It is tight. There's cavalry and horses here. There is an army that has since been quartered here, garrisoned here. This castle has gone from, a relic of antiquity, a scholarly place to a bit more militant. The palisades have torches on them. You see one or two guards walking across these ramparts as they would have done 500, 600 years ago. But, now the air is a bit more tense. It's not as, everything isn't as freely trodden, but there is a sense of stillness. The wind is not howling. The snow is not falling. It's quite a clear night without the shadows and the clouds milkying the sky. You may even see one or two stars shining just bright enough to pierce through this gloom above you guys. It's relatively well lit outside with the torches and small fires and embers that are burning, but also the moon that is casting its light across the entire land. And you see one bit of light that is a little bit stronger coming from one of the stables that has been retrofitted into this kind of living quarters. and it's like ebbing and flowing as though something is breathing. But it takes about 5 minutes for you guys to sidle down the blunt face of this cliff where you guys had gone down to the functional grave of the wall. You see where you guys had stood. There is no snow where your footprints had been. The dirt and grass and reeds have been disturbed. They're still a little fresh, but 200, 300 feet away, there are a couple of holes in this seaside cliff. The waves just kind of lapping the blackstone rocks. The fresh cleaves in these rocks still visible, shiny, slick, and new. But this hole looks like kind of like, you guys ever cut like a Sour Patch Kid? Or not a Sour Patch Kid, but like a Sour Punch straw? Like clean down? Where you're just like, oh wow, that's like a clean little, there's like a little thing in there. That's all hollow on the inside. It's a clean cleave from where this has been separated from the mainland. And the water kind of whips up against it and just barely like trickles into this hole. And it's just maybe 150, 175 feet away. It does look sharp though. These rocks are basically obsidian. It's sharp, it's wet, and it's very slippery. You guys can make it, but both of you are going to have to, it'll be a dexterity check to get over to this hole in the side of the atoll. It's probably about 10 feet in diameter.
Okay, I realized I didn't have Roll20 open because I'm a goober.
If you'd like to do another, if you want to try and get there another way, that's cool too. But if you want to get over there the old-fashioned way, climbing over rocks, just a dexterity check.
Gotcha.
What do you think?
If we were to climb over the rocks, it might be faster, but definitely if we found another way, it'd be safer.
I'm not the most athletic in the world. I'm willing to try, but it is not my strong suit.
I mean, we can always take the safer route. I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to get impaled by these rocks either.
Maybe we look for something a little bit safer, and if we can't find anything, we risk impalement, perhaps.
Sounds good.
We'll look around to see if we can't find a safer route.
Okay, Argentum, Sunder, can you make an investigation check for me, both of you?
You got it, buddy.
Sure.
12. Okay. 11. So collectively, it is quiet, but it is still a little dark. It's not well lit, and these rocks are black. Black as night. And the light is just hitting this hole in a way that makes it so that you guys can see it. I mean, if the sun was, or if the moon was any lower, if it was reflecting off of a rock in a different way, you probably wouldn't even see this hole. But as you are looking around, Juzo, you kind of look to the ocean, and take like 2 or 3 seconds, and you hear a familiar sound, and you don't even see anything before on your shoulder, Lester appears. He lights himself on your left shoulder and nuzzles up to you. And kind of, it's a little painful. He's finding his footing on your shoulder, kind of like kneading your shoulder meat to get it a little more comfortable for him. But he's settling in. It's his ragged feathers are a bit weathered from being outside for so long and living among just in nature for a while. In fact, he's got some blood from a recent meal still on his beak that is dried, and looks like he's been well fed. He's been taking care of himself. He smells of iron and sulfur even. Like he's been in the wild grasses and leaves and things like that. He's been out taking care of himself for quite some time, but this is the first time you guys have been outside in a minute, and he's found you.
Well, it's nice to see you, pal. See, you've been taking fairly enough care of your own self out here.
You hear a very low raptorial hiss, but it's a pleasant one and one you know very well. He's full, and he's ready to do whatever you need him to. Effectively, Sunder, Lester is now your familiar. From this point on, mechanically, Lester is your familiar, and take that as you will.
Well, if you're here along for the ride, Lester, you mind helping us find an easier route around so we're not exactly falling into the rocks below.
Lester looks at you, looks at Argentum, looks at Soot, tilts his head a little bit, and kind of moves one leg up and down as though he's getting ready to take off, and he starts to take off, and these low, slow wing flaps start to even out as he begins to circle around and look. Let me get his stat block up really quick.
Perfect.
Okay. So, can you roll? I'll give you his stat block really quick. Give me, it's just so you know exactly what you can do with him.
Sure.
That was a fun noise.
Did you hear that?
Very much so.
That one? Okay. This is, I don't know if you can get that link or not, but that's him. Roll, I'll tell you right away. You can roll a perception check with a +4.
Okay.
And with advantage.
Oh, even better. Let's see. We're rolling a perception check. That's what? It's a D20,
yeah. +4.
+4.
But this one's with advantage because you have a Bloodhawk familiar.
Oh, even better. Let's see, D20 +4. What would the advantage be?
The advantage is because he's the fucking Bloodhawk.
Well, yeah, that much I figured. Let me see. Let's see. Where do I do this? 16. We'll do it again.
Okay. Better than a 12 and an 11. The 10. Okay. 15 is what you guys needed. You do. Lester does see a path that is less glass, like volcanic glass rock, and more like, I guess, terrestrial rock, and like shale and dirt, loose stones to the same hole. So it is not a different entrance, but it is definitely a different path to get there. You have to go up and over it. And you guys are still going to have to make a dexterity check, but you'll make it at advantage now because Lester had pointed this path out to you guys and had alighted himself along it and kind of hopped along the path back to you to show you how to get there. And as he gets to you, he jumps up a little bit. It's a little sudden and almost a little stunning, but he kicks up some dirt and puts himself back up on your shoulder and gives a little...
Well, it seems that he's found another route. It's seems we still have to make a little bit of a climb, but it shouldn't be that bad.
Hopefully not too terrible. And I assume the cat will be fine. It's magical and Ray, so if it gets hurt,
Oh yeah,
I'm in deep
the cat's gonna be fine.
Might as well try. Let's go.
Aye.
Okay, go ahead and make me a dexterity check with advantage, please. Both of you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Dexterity check.
19.
Oh, good.
22.
Okay.
Better than that,
guys-
6, baby.
Yeah, right. Your boots find the dirt, and as you look down, there's just enough light for you to be able to tell the matte surface of the dirt and the actual stones from the slick, glossy, wet obsidian. And with a little bit of trying, a little bit of one or two gasps and some missed footsteps, but you guys get to the other side. And you find yourself at the entrance, like the way that this tunnel has been carved out. And Sunder, you look in and see through into it. This is a natural tube. This is like a lava tube that has just been taken away from the actual continent. And cut, out. It's almost like, if you ever tried to like pull an apple apart, it cleaves in a very unusual way if you successfully manage to get that done. But it's tremendous forces on either side have kind of rended this rock from, the black rock of the continent itself. As you look further in, the lava tube ends and you see masonry, ancient masonry after about 20 or 30 feet. It's a little strange, bubbly, and anomalous, like obsidian features on the inside of this tube, but there is an end there.
Well, it seems that there's clearly an end to this tube. Let's say we go through it and see what's on the other side.
Might as well.
Soot goes first. Soot doesn't push past you guys, but like slips in between your legs and jumps from bulbous outcropping of obsidian to little ledges and bits into the masonry. There's like a gap in this ruinous stonework, and like shadow almost disappears onto the other side of the stonework. Did you guys do as well? Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
just keep going. We're just following Soot.
Cool. You do so. It's dry on the inside of this tube, so it's a little bit easier for you to find solid footing. You make it to the masonry, and it's a little tight for both of you. One at a time, with a little bit of squeezing and some sucking into the guts. You extrude yourselves onto the other side of this. And what you see is quite interesting. Is you have dark vision, right, Sunder?
Yeah.
And you do not, right, Argentum?
I can't see fucking shit.
Okay. So it is effectively pretty dark in here. It is pitch black. Sunder, you can see, it's not a magical darkness, so you can see, 60 feet, right?
Yeah, I can see up to 60.
Okay. And what you see on the inside of this, far below the frostbitten, rimy stone of Ipswich's school, beneath, chambers, beneath dungeons and oubliettes and all manner of history that is underneath of this school. You see what looks like a large circular, like just flat plane, and then around this circular room, hanging like stalactites even hanging from the ceiling, you hear dripping water. It smells metallic, almost sulfurous, like copper and iron. Still smells minerally. You see like bleachers, like stands all around this room. And upon further, like a further cursory look, you see the remains of study and work. There are decrepit wooden tables. There are books long forgotten. There are sconces and torches that look anachronistic to what this might be. This looks like maybe some like Middle Ages, classical architecture, but the furniture that's been brought in look relatively recent. It's carved, it's ornate. The sconces are silver, but they're covered in cobwebs and have been marred by time and patinaed. This looks like some sort of lecture hall or amphitheater. This maybe has room for 150, 200 people. But it looks like the walls were being studied. It looks like the walls surrounding this like featureless kind of stone center were being studied or looked at.
Okay. It almost looks like there's a classroom ahead of us. I don't really know what all's in there, but we should probably take a closer look. Are you all right back there? I know you can't really see as well in the dark as I can, but...
I can't see at all in the dark, darling. It is pitch black for me.
Yeah. Take my hand and I can lead you in there.
Sure.
And I guess we'll walk forward and go into this lecture hall.
So you enter into the lecture hall, and as you get further in, this it's a large like circular room, fully like you guys came out on one of the walls. You look behind you and there's artwork all around the outside of this amphitheater, this lecture hall, and it's depictions of drow that you can see. It takes a little squinting, but you can, and you push into this the center of this room itself. Just to stand in the center, you Soot and Argentum kind of being holding their hand and pulling them further in. And as you guys step into what looks like dead center of this amphitheater, a very soft silver glow, seemingly coming from nowhere, fills this room. It isn't blinding. It's not like a sudden, flash of light or anything. It's like somebody pulled up the dimmer switch and it's like a white light, but not aggressive. And you are all able to see in this room pretty effectively. It's full light, and around you, sure enough, is this gorgeous, ancient depiction of drow women dancing, singing, engaging in combat, engaging in play, feasting, hunting, forging weapons, discussing, like, working on diplomacy, orating to each other, but there isn't a single drow male around this in this little piece of art. Little piece. It's a huge piece of art. This continuous. It's not a tapestry, but this continuous like fresco.
It's like a mural. Very big mural.
Yeah, like a big mural. Yeah.
I think it's safe to say we found what we were looking for.
Seems so. This place must have been here for, I don't know, a good couple of years, I would say. Things all dusty, almost ancient.
It's probably been a while since somebody's been down here.
Safe to say that. Safe to say that's true. I think we're the only people who've been down here, and I have no idea how long.
So, I've never really prayed. From my upbringing, we used to meditate at my home temple. But do you know anything about praying to a god?
Considering I'm from a monastery, I mean, I'd say I'm pretty good at it. I haven't done it in a long time, but if it's to illustrate, I'd have to read some of the material here. I'm assuming there's
as you
books
guys
around,
are
right?
speaking,
Oh.
as you guys are having this conversation, as you guys have begun to speak in this space, you notice that as the light came on, the shadows in this room behave strangely. They are almost lagging. It took you a little bit to notice your own shadow, but you both probably saw Soot's shadow as they flitted about the room start to lag a little bit behind. And the more you guys talk, you start to not just see the shadows, but hear thin voices speaking in nondescript languages, cadences, sentences, full conversations between two people. But it's hard to understand. It's quiet. It's in a language that's different, but you can tell by that sibilance, by the structure of their speech, that this is a casual conversation. There's a heated conversation. There's a conversation between two friends. There is a prayers being said, and it seems to be coming from the fresco.
Argentum's gonna start walking toward the fresco.
You walk toward the fresco, and it gets a little bit louder, but not a whole lot. It doesn't become distinguishable. It just becomes a little bit more audible.
Interesting.
What do you make of it?
An enchantment of some kind? Maybe the goddess. I don't know. I think theory, it's an invitation to engage in conversation. I don't know. Maybe the past is conversing with us. I don't know.
You
Does
hear.
it look?
Go ahead.
I know. I was gonna say, does it look like there's an altar or anything within this room?
There isn't an altar. This is more of a stage than it is a church. And you do see, like, there are like one or two skeletons just kind of scattered about, but these things are ancient. These are archaic. It is almost fossilized. They are covered in so much fungus and soot and time that it's you barely even noticed there were skeletons here, right? You kind of thought they were bones, or like stones.
It appears to be a stage of some kind.
Stage, like a performance stage.
I think so, and that would actually make sense in a lot of ways, because Elistray is often depicted as dancing, yes?
Did you say Alistray's name out loud?
I sure fucking did, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay. As soon as you say Alistray's name out loud, the voices cease. The light becomes brighter and it begins to emboss the entire room. The dust on the frescoes, on the skeletons, on the stones, on the tables and the chairs and the books that have been here begins to burn away in a silvery white stream of sparks all the way around this room. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6, 7, 8 times. It circles this room like a clock. The light gets brighter. And underneath you, Sunder, you feel the floor begin to recede. In this large spiral stair makes itself known to you, and it descends hundreds of feet.
Oh. It seems you said the magic word.
I had a completely different plan, but this works too.
I guess we're going down.
Shall we?
And with that, we are going to pivot back to the other half of the party that are above ground right now. Let's see. So Phoenix is asleep, and Ray is taking watch. I believe Beak is also asleep. Ray, is there anything you would like to do on your watch? You had a nat 20 perception check. It doesn't seem like there's anything crazy going on. Is there anything you would like to do?
Is the whole is all the company around us in this, building and stuff, is everyone sleeping now? Like, is it all quiet, or is there anyone moving? Is there anyone
The
moving?
only person who is like actively awake with a small lantern next to them, scribbling something furiously, is that tall, lanky student, Trevor, that Phi gave that piece of scab to. And he seems to be working on something, whether or not it's that actual piece of scab, whether or not he's doing any sort of experiments, whatever. It's hard to see from here. You had a nat 20, but that's what you see at a glance looking around is just Trevor at one of the Great Hall tables, immersed in study, kind of muttering to himself, scratching his head a little bit. He looks confused, but still making progress.
Someone said Bryant was outside earlier, right?
Correct.
Dude, my in-character brain is fighting my out-of-character brain.
Yeah,
Doesn't
yeah.
make sense. Feels like Zephyriel's telling me not to do anything. I'm going to peek around. Maybe crack the door open wherever leads outside and just see if I hear any movement out there, wherever they said that he was.
Yeah. Outside, you hear adult men and women moving around. The students are mostly asleep. There's maybe 1 or 2 that is like awake, but not for very long. If Bronkin military, the guards and the army, the Darrow Delph like kind of militia with mismatched armor and weapons and whatever they could grab are just kind of pacing. Most of them are asleep. Some of them are taking watch themselves. You hear coughs and muttered conversations, but you see in one of the stables a very pale golden light ebbing and pulsing behind a stall door. There's a guard standing out front of it, and there are a couple of shields that are kind of hung up on the outside to give a little bit of privacy. But that is where it looks like Bryant may be.
And natural 20 perception. There's no danger in the immediate area that would require me to stay here and keep.
No, for once, it seems fairly still. Aside from one or two people up and moving around, it doesn't look like anybody has hostile intent, and they all know what they're doing.
All right, I'm gonna start approaching this glowing dim light.
Okay. You start to walk towards this stable door, and you feel like you know what's going to happen. But as you get closer, as you start to feel the weight of moving one foot in front of the other, as the actuality and tangibility of this starts to set in, there's a weight that comes on you like a cowl. It's placed on your shoulders. You feel heavier the closer you get. You don't know why. The nerves? Is it history? Is it anxiety? Is it Lolth? You're not sure. But the pulsing of this light seems rhythmic with your steps. As you get closer, you approach the door and the guard steps in front of you. Who are you?
Zephyriel.
He looks embarrassed to have even asked the question. Yes, of course. He's been
asleep.
Yes, he has been for quite some time. But before he went under, he told us the only person that was to wake him was you. So.
I see.
I'll be outside if you need anything, and if you want to speak with him in the morning, I can understand why. But
you'll still be here in the morning?
I hope so.
I just kind of stand in like a silence for a moment. And fuck. I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna say to the guard, I'll let him rest for now. Morning might be best. I'm gonna walk back to where we were, and
you hear before you leave. You came.
All right, stop.
You hear the rustling of silk on cloth, of fur on cotton, as coming from the other side of the stable door that's about, maybe waist height, if not just a little bit higher, the head of Bryant propped up on a pillow. Just his head. And he looks rough. He smiles.
To the guard, I say, just make sure no one listens in here. And I'll step inside this.
He nods to you and gives you kind of a salute, knocks his boots together, and stands at attention.
I am here. What happened to you?
Behind you, the guard shuts the stable door. And Bryant sits up a little straighter. And he's reclined on a bedroll that's kind of been raised on these wooden slats on a bed of silks that have been tarnished by time, age, battle, dirt, and a bundle of furs that look, fairly regal at one time. When you saw him, as you know him, Bryant is radiant. He is literally glowing. He sheds light. But this previously blinding light, almost, this optimism has dimmed. His radiance has dimmed. It's not out of a humility. It's not out of turning the light down just to kind of make everybody around him a little bit more comfortable. This is a corrosion. This is an erosion. His presence used to make you, react in awe. His hair gilded and golden like the evening sun, his skin flushed, his blush looks like celestial flame, his eyes, gleaming golden with the heavens. But now his hair sticks to his skin. It is damp, tangled, sweat and dirt. There's dried blood. There's a shimmer that was used to be beneath his skin, but now it's dull. He's wrapped in a half-fastened golden cloak. One side of it is draped down and his chest is exposed, and you can see his veins on his shoulder up through his neck look like they have been filled with molten silver. It is organic and difficult to believe, this scarring that is like traced up his arm. These aren't battle wounds. This is the mark of his power that has been used too much, too freely, too often.
I see.
And as he sees you see this, he covers himself up.
You don't have to do that. It's not like I'm seeing anything other than your aura. The light that's fading.
I was supposed to be stronger. He smiles and laughs and says, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Not this time. The first time, I thought you were dead. And he coughs.
Is he sick? Or just not injured, but just
he's not
really tapped out?
This isn't, he's not injured, but you know that this is, you've seen this in books, coming up in living where you did, studying what you did. You knew what would happen to anybody of a certain power that lived among mortals for too long. You've seen this in sketches and renderings, but you've never seen it happen to anybody. You've never seen it in person. You didn't. I mean, at a certain point, you didn't even think it was real, right? But he is not sick. But if he stays here too long, you know he'll die, and not a celestial death. You know he'll be taken.
Taken?
Down.
Do I know by whom? Or is it just like a...
Make a history check.
Okay. 11.
11, okay. This is how Celestials die. It is a hubris. They have so much love and compassion for mortals that the hubris in their life is that it's almost impossible for them to live among them for any long period of time. This was a pact, a treaty, a cessation to hostile conflicts with devils and demons. You don't help the mortals or directly, and we will, if you do, we will take you down further into the rings of hell, and that will be your celestial death. You can help them from where you are. You can give them guidance. You can give them morals and stories. You can give them even, magical assistance. But if you live among them and give them direct assistance, that is how you die. It's almost impossible to physically kill a celestial.
So... Okay. I sort of reach my hand out, not committing, but towards his face, and ask, "May I?"
He looks at you and his eyes soften and he says, "Please."
I feel what he looks like now, since it's been a long time. We were just teenagers. You're a giant. I guess that's to be expected.
He gets a serious look on his face after such a joyous one from your touch. And he looks at you and says, "Ray, I think what we're fighting is beyond even me. And for the first time in hundreds of years, I'm scared for this world."
That bad, huh?
He coughs. "That bad."
When was it then?
They kept taking people.
The shock force itself was 1,000 strong, and I cut through them like butter. I grew arrogant, prideful. I should have stomped them where they lived, but we gave them time to recoup. And worst of all, as they cut through our numbers, we gave them more bodies for their horde. It's an army that doesn't need to sleep, that doesn't need to eat, or breathe, or laugh, or sleep. It's a wave that crashes in on itself over and over, Ray. I've studied war and combat and tactics, but that all goes out the window when you actually swing your sword.
He looks at you in the eye.
I was a kid on that field. I grew scared. I threw everything I had at it. My ship, my magics, my weapons, our armies. Out of fear. And they just kept coming. I've sent a message to the dads. I pray that it's gotten to them.
How much did you tell them? And who told you I was dead? Infinity.
He looks away.
What happened when I left?
He looks around, and you could even tell like him moving his neck and his joints and things like that is difficult and a little bit painful. He's even like lost a little bit of weight. Like he looks pretty weak, but still, he's not. There's no physical injuries here. He just looks like he's very, very, very sapped. He looks at you and says,
when you left, when you disappeared, Zazriel was furious. You absconded with a piece of a puzzle that, if assembled, could be the end of everything. And he didn't know what to do. So, out of an abundance of naivete or ignorance, he did nothing. Except fume. And stab the backs of people who he thought took you away. Through these small political transgressions, he made the enemies of people who knew where you were. I've only recently put all this together, but they lashed out. They killed Ezra in the hopes of whipping Zazriel up into a holy war against the mortals, the Drow, Lolth. So you can imagine how pissed off I was when I saw you with those tattoos, with that hair, and
this silver tear streaks down his face.
Gods, I am so sorry.
I never wanted any of that.
I know you didn't. I know you better than you know yourself sometimes. I used to. But I know you didn't want any of that. You wanted to prove yourself. You wanted something more. Different. Trust me, I know how that feels.
It's not just that. There's always something more beyond us. Something more that we don't know, and we're kept in the dark and raised to be things, to be tools, without knowing what shadows we can't see because we're too busy looking at the blinding light. And I know it was so immature that I dragged you into my that I made you an accomplice of my distrust. And I never could have imagined that it would lead to mortals, especially those with such vile intentions, to the celestial plane where they could reach.
Ray, you didn't do this. You didn't kill Ezra. The world did. No, the war did. We just let it happen while we argued over stupid things, wrong things. I was angry.
His fist clenches.
Gods, I still am. But you were always and will always be my brother. My quiet friend.
I kind of stand up at that and create a tiny bit of space. I am not the person that you knew by a mile. But I would like to be allies. Despite everything. But I am not him. The boy you grew up with.
That's okay. I'm not the boy you grew up with. I hope I'm able to tell you my stories. But please, and I know you may already be doing this, but please, grieve him. And if necessary, grieve me, but please, don't carry any guilt that wasn't yours.
How? Can you tell how long you have? Are you going to go back to the celestial plane?
He
To
looks
recharge?
to the side as though this is the face of somebody who's finally getting to the part that he didn't want to talk about.
We've tried for the last week. I have to find a mana pool. And to my knowledge, there are none on the material plane. They exist like saunas in our home. Everywhere. But here, we're still trying to find one. But if we don't,
He runs his fingers over the raised carotids that are filled with this silvery ichor.
I may last a week before I'm taken by the 9 flames.
As a Deva, he's past being like a mortal Asimar, right? He is like
Yes.
leveled up in that sense. Okay.
Yeah, he's functionally like through old age, he's functionally immortal. If he is on the celestial plane.
Right.
Where do you plan to look next?
I don't know,
You-
but the mage that lived here, we hoped that maybe he knew of a place I could rest. We thought there may be one here even, but we just don't know.
If only you had gotten here before my companions freed a dragon.
He kind of laughs into a cough.
You'll have to tell me about that.
There's a lot I would like to keep, that I would like to catch up on. But a
Right.
week isn't nearly enough time.
Stay with me tonight. Tell me about your story. What have you been up to? Where did you go?
Would you keep it from them?
He waves his hand as he holds yours in the other. And the silver in his veins starts to be pushed a little bit, almost like clearing a blockage. You hear, and a very soft gossamer veil appears around this small little stall that you are in.
And he says, no one will hear you till sunrise. Your secret is my secret.
Mechanically, can angels even lie? Can I trust that?
I mean,
I have no
make
idea.
an insight check if you would like to. but
I think I'd like to.
I will have a commensurate DC. So
18.
You feel like you can trust this guy with anything.
I would like to, for either until I am retrieved by the others or until he falls back asleep, just
Sure.
go through the from the moment I fell onto this plane, and from being alone at first to being found to being sort of contained, I guess, like in a cage, right, if you would.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be vague about it, but
I get you.
my experience being raised in the Church of Loth that midway decided to reform and create or train me to be the tool and messenger of that reformation
Sure.
of the faith, and how that has gone so far, and how it might change the course of this very almost apocalyptic
Sure.
situation on the world right now.
Okay. We'll say that you're there for the remainder of the evening as you are resting and regaling your good friend with your story, your short history of you on the material plane. And we will go to Leju, Phoenix. I will say mechanically for this is about 5 hours in to your rest. It's about 4:35 in the morning. And you wake up naturally. And you just can't seem to go back to sleep.
This bodes well.
You see Trevor.
Go ahead.
Keep in mind, this is a few hours after, Ray has left the area. Beak is still asleep, if not, tossing and turning a little bit. But you see Trevor writing something on a wall, far wall, that is over by Ipswich's throne. And he has moved Ipswich's portrait and kind of like broken it up and like made it so it takes up less space. He's like put it in half and folded it down and put it off to the side as he starts to scribble on the wall in, let's see, what exactly is he writing in? He's writing in Elvish.
Elvish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess I'll head over and see what is the goings on.
Okay. So Trevor, it doesn't look like he's obviously slept in a few days. And in your time that you've known Trevor, he was a younger student when he started, but he was very ambitious, and he knew he just had this weird kind of obsession with the way that magic worked. The incantations that lead to the sparks which turn into a firebolt or something to that effect. He really enjoyed studying that intimately. And the thing that really fascinated him was necromancy, but he is very well versed in the magic arts. He's not a sorcerer or anything to that effect, but he's definitely a learned mage over the last few years. And it looks like, based on the scale of what he has put on the wall here, and like the books that he's brought with him, and he's even like pulled down entire shelves from Ipswich's quarters to like, pour over them over the past couple of hours. And he wipes the sleep from his eyes and turns to you and says, "Oh, hello, Phoenix.
You should probably get some sleep.
I can't get to sleep until I figure this out."
I mean, you could always do it tomorrow. Sorry, what's the problem?
No. Shh, no. Sleep. I can't get to sleep till I figure this out. Can't get to sleep till I figure this out. I can't get to sleep till I figure this out. Can't get to sleep till I figure this out. By root of thorn, moonlight thread.
He starts like mumbling to himself in Elvish. He switches drawing implements from chalk and starts drawing with gypsum and then charcoal. He starts drawing with, he puts out circles of dirt on the ground. There's tree branches involved. He does a little like hop, skip, and a jump. He says a couple of couplets. Like this is really intricate.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, let me know what you need. I could lend a hand, maybe.
I need someone to say this. You need to repeat it after I do. Okay? Please.
All right.
All right. I'm going to give you the piece of paper, and then you just read from the piece of paper.
And what are you hoping will happen here?
And he jumps down from the chair that he's on, and he comes up to you and says,
"Ipswich, he had his own personal quarters. Yes, he had his own bed to sleep in.
As did you.
But
as did we all.
But
and he leans in closer, and he flips to the back of a really old book. There's no cover, like the binding itself has been like ripped out, and it's just like this bound tome of pages, right? He flips to the back and he says,
Ipswich, he had a bed, his own quarters. But that's not the half of it. That's not the half of it, Phoenix. It's not. Ipswich.
And he leans in really close, and you like smell this like his unbrushed teeth and like tea and meats and like weird like it looks like it smells like he may have been chewing on like branches and shit. Like he looks and feels and smells dirty and gross and old. But
he says, Ipswich also had a court. A court. A court like
right,
like the Fae.
No, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
So, read the incantation. After I read my half. Maybe it'll work. Maybe we can see it. Maybe it will be there. Maybe you can.
He turns around and like walks back over towards his side of the circle that he's drawn, this arch of runes and elvish symbols and offerings and things. He leaves a piece of paper in your hand, and it reads. Hold on.
Oh no! Here we go.
There you go. That's the last half.
Yippee! Okay, let me take a look. That's the last half.
And he'll read.
By root.
He looks around at people sleeping who kind of like stir a little bit.
Hold on, before.
He looks at you wide-eyed, like, "Yeah, what's up?"
Before you do, she wanted to do it now instead of waiting for everyone to wake up.
His eyes go back to the book.
By root and thorn. By moonlit thread.
The moon gets slightly more intense as he begins to speak.
Where dream and daylight interwed. I call the veil to part and sway
The wind picks up and comes through the holes in the masonry of Ipswich's school. Open wide the twilight way. The moon intensifies. You smell fresh green grass coming from the wall itself. The runes begin to burn themselves into the stonework. The grass in front of you that he's laid, the twigs and leaves, the dirt, incinerates and creates a carbonous, resinous script underneath of it. He looks at you as the wind starts to billow his coat, his house robes. A couple of the knights start to stir. Varric wakes up and leans, looks at this as it happens. One of them stands up. Go. It's working. Go.
Oh, ancient court. Oh, laughing shade. And then I pause for a second. This seems to be like an asterisk on the page.
Oh, don't mind that.
Unseal the gate. Your hand once made. I look up to Trevor. Is he like?
He is. Trevor looks in awe of what he has done. He is kind of immersed in, like, his part of the job is over. Whatever happens next is all up to you. And he is staring wide-eyed at the lighted elven script and the offerings that have been taken in and accepted, as it were. He's kind of gone. He hasn't slept in a while. He's a little crazed.
You know what? I'll humor the guy. You know, whatever. What's the worst that could happen, right, guys?
Oh God, he said it.
Through leaf and laughter, wind and wild, and I'll look around. Does it keep like intensifying? Is it?
Oh yeah. As you begin to read this, the winds like they start to calm down in the area, but like they start to localize around where this portal has been set up, where these runes and this inscription has been placed, these offerings, and it starts to like spin around Ipswich's throne. Specifically, there are leaves that have been brought in. You smell like crisp pine and petrichor, and you even start to smell spices and like mulled wines.
Okay, and before I read this last, like I'm like visibly with my eyes like reading this last line, I'm going to like nudge Whimsy and then like give them a look and then like toss them out of my coat.
Dude, like the fucking Eminem meme?
Yeah. Like as he puts his hand out, you know?
Yeah.
I'm like Eminem.
Whimsy. And Whimsy,
and
as you
give them a look. Yeah.
You give Whimsy the look?
I give Whimsy the, like a look, like,
Okay. As you finish the incantation, you put Whimsy on the ground, and the galaxies in Whimsy's like giant silver dollar eyes start to come online. They light up, they glisten in a way you haven't seen yet. And Whimsy runs at the masonry with at speed.
And then I say the final line. Deliver me to lands beguiled.
The wall peels open. Whimsy goes through this large 10-foot diameter purple arc that opens itself with silence as the winds calm down. The leaves begin to settle in and around Ipswich's throne. You see a foggy purple mist start to leak out of this hole in the masonry. The runes and the elvish script pulse and remain semi-consistent as this sparkle arc in the wall makes itself known and starts to season itself into it, bake itself into the walls of Ipswich's School for Swindlers. This portal in front of you bloomed open like a flower, rim shimmering with hues and colors that you rarely see naturally. The old stone walls in here seem incredibly dull in comparison. And as the magic begins to settle, as some of the soldiers wake and walk over, you see that this isn't a portal to another world. This is in shimmering, almost water-like mirrored hues. You can see a chamber on the other side. In a stand of trees, in a clearing, a forgotten chamber nestled deep within this forest, untouched for quite some time. And in its center, you see an enormous redwood stump. Long since been occupied. It is etched with glyphs, names, filigree, scrolls and tomes lay scattered, almost like leaves, on this clearing. Their parchment has been yellowed with time, undisturbed, as if like frozen in time. There are crystals that hum softly at the trunks of the trees around this large redwood table. And the floor is not a floor at all. It is a carpet of lush, plush, brushed grass, faded but soft with age and trodden. It is leaking this perfume of like rot and wet woods, many seasons, and it's almost sighing to have you come in.
I give Trevor. I just glance at Trevor to gauge his reaction.
He's
to this
stunned.
information.
It doesn't seem like he thought this would work, and he's like scared.
So based on his reaction, he did not even consider this a possibility. Great, fantastic. That's what I love to hear in big 20 whatever. I turned to the door. Is it just giving me this like beckoning feeling?
There's like soft whispers. Again, do you speak Elvish?
Do I speak? I'm about to find out right now. I think I do. Actually, I speak. Hold on. No, I do not. No.
You don't? You're hearing soft whispers with long sibilant S's, crisp E's, shorter phrases, but you're not sure what they say, but it feels welcoming. It feels familial, even.
Oh wait, no. Yes, I do. I do speak. Sorry, my bad.
You do speak Elvish.
I made a mistake. Yeah. Sorry.
It's just like
I look at the wrong page. Sorry, did I see?
It's just whispers, beckoning phrases. Stay with us. Drink.
Yeah. Trevor, do you have any idea what's going on?
Well,
if what I deciphered is correct, then this is the court of Ipswich Hello.
Okay, I look down at my feet.
Okay.
I take a step forward. Do I notice anything?
You take a step forward, and the lights on the runes and glyphs pulse a little bit, as if to react to you.
Well, I shrug. He'd always full send it, and I'd walk through the door.
And you take one or two more steps, and the light around the portal with you as you walk. And then we're going to cut back over to Silent Peak.
Bye, Silent Peak.
At this point, you've gotten about 5 hours of sleep.
Hell yeah.
Which I would, being the gracious DM I am, I'm going to call that a full night's rest.
Nice.
It's about 5 a.m. and you were awoken not just by the slight little bit of moonlight that kind of hits over your eyes, but also this like strange gust of wind that ruffles your feathers, not just your feathers, but the covers you were sleeping under. You smell some foul rot, and then maybe a little bit of sweet meats, but it's mostly uncomfortable. And you were awakened by the instigation of this portal that has just seemingly showed up in the middle of Ipswich's what you thought was Ipswich's court. And you see Phoenix begin to walk into this portal.
Okay, so Beak is gonna sit up in her bedroll like this. and just like try to get an idea of what the hell is going on.
Okay, can you make an Arcana check for me?
Of course. 22.
22. This is something you've seen before. This is a portal to the Feywild, done by the book. This is there is no liberties being taken here. There's no they're not substituting applesauce for olive oil or anything like that. This is like the real deal. This is almost like you're almost kind of impressed with how well this has been put together, because most of the time, we don't have a raw, we don't have a cut diamond. We need to use the raw diamonds, right? It's magic is mostly done in shades, right? There's some middle ground to it, but this is done by the instruction book, and it is quite well put together. You just don't know why your friend is going into it. You also note that the way the script is aligned on this portal is this is a specific place. This isn't just here's the Feywild. This is this address here. This is a very specific point in space on the Feywild.
Can I tell? Am I able to tell what level this portal spell is, out of curiosity?
With the 22, if the person didn't have whoever summoned this, if they didn't have the book, the materials on hand, light cursory knowledge, foci and things to be channels for the magic themselves, and not necessarily casting the spell themselves, this is an 8th, 9th level spell. This is very powerful magic. And you imagine it probably took more than one person to pull this off.
Interesting. I'm going to use thaumaturgy to make like a bell sound happen at my location to kind of get Phoenix's attention.
Okay. Right before you step foot into the portal, you hear what sounds like a church bell coming from a very specific localized spot in the far corner next to Tyrael. And as you turn around, you see that Silent Beak is sitting up in her bed, staring at you, studying you.
Looking a little grumpy, too.
Yes.
You're muted, though. Fifi.
Hi. Good morning.
Like, she just stares at you and, like, looks at the portal, and then back
like a low hum.
And gives, like, she raises her arm slightly, like, to say, like, what the fuck?
The fuck is this shit?
What the fuck? It's a door.
You can tell, like she closes her eyes in, like, deep annoyance. And then, like, as this portal is still howling and everything, she's just, like, getting out of bed slowly and just, like, you know, combing off some dust from her robe, and she walks over to you while writing on her tablet and holds it up to you, and it says, "What did you do?" in all lowercase.
Trevor looks at it, looks at the tablet, and snaps his book closed, and jumps off his chair, and walks up to you, Silent Beak, and says, can you read?
She stares at Trevor with, like, the same kind of pure annoyance that, like, a mom who just woke up after 3 hours of sleep by her crying children, who just
sorry, I don't know. I've never met a bird person before.
And he opens his book, and he flips it to the page. What languages do you read?
That's a good question. Beak understands Common, Elvish,
okay,
Primordial, and that's it.
Okay. So, Trevor opens this book to a page that is written in Elvish. And can you make an intelligence check for me?
I sure can.
Intelligence. Ooh.
Oh, fuck. That's 20.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so...
Okay.
So, at a first glance, you look down, and this shit's dense. This is like reading a fucking Tolstoy novel. But you also recognize that it's not only dense, it is an archaic version of Elvish. It's like reading old Elvish. It's the words are in different places in the sentences, and this means something different now than it did back then, and there's different bastardized versions of different words and stuff. But with your keen eyes, you are and your wildly keen mind, you are able to intuit what this is. This is a pocket Feywild. It is a zone within the zone of the Feywild. So kind of like how there's pocket dimensions in the primordial or in the primaterial plane. This is a pocket dimension within the Feywild that comes with all the bells and whistles of that. This is also technically what is called in the Feywild a court. So this has some political sway. This has some arcane like ley lines and touchstones and sigils and rites. This is a place of power in the Feywild as well. And from what you have read in this script, the trees, the little clearing of trees around here, if you were to walk into them, they go on forever. They will never stop. They and you will be lost. You will lose yourself in these trees, unless you have, a way to divine where you came from, or where the portal is going to be, or where the portal was. That is how this place traps people. But it's kind of like going in a loop, like a Hanna-Barbera background loop, where you're just going to keep going in this tree line forever and ever and ever, and hopefully you'll get out the other end or leave, or live. Sorry. That is what you're able to get with a 23 without going in.
Okay, so basically what this dude just did was opened up a portal to, like, the mirror dimension from Doctor Strange.
Yeah. This is a place where Ipswich would go and work on his next level work. He had his school and his prime material stuff, but this is where he would go and do his, like, hero work.
Do I know if the portal is one way? Like, if I step through, can I come back, or?
It doesn't say. The book doesn't. It's not. You would know if you read it, but like it doesn't say in the text itself specifically that it's a two-way portal.
Is there a way for me? Like, does like the full spell to create this portal, is it all on this like one page, or is it just part of like all of the like multiple pages of book?
The spell itself isn't there. This is more of an explanation of what exactly this place is. The spell is scattered throughout several tomes, scrolls, written on like the back of it. Trevor has like pieces of bone that have been inscribed and like stone slabs that have chiseled. Like this is an amalgamation of a bunch of different pieces of information. It's clear Ipswich didn't want anybody to know this existed or like how to put this together.
Beak is gonna like, read all of this stuff, and then she's gonna basically relay a very, very messy and Cliff Notesy version of everything that she read through her tablet to Phoenix and Trevor.
Okay. And Trevor nods along in agreement and gives you a crisp thumbs up. And an acknowledgement as well. Phoenix, you're able to get pretty much exactly what this place is and what I had regurgitated previously. So you know that this is Ipswich's little sanctuary. This is his court. Cool. This is where he holds the court.
Wait, so do I know that this is where Ipswich? Was I also made aware of the Ipswich connection?
Yeah, you rolled pretty high. You may not know, like you may not know exactly this is where Ipswich did it, but this is definitely what this place is. This is this place of power. This is and it's related to him. But you don't know this is without going in exactly whose place this is.
Right. So after relaying all that, Silent Beak will write another message for Phoenix that just reads, "Will you enter?" ?
You look back at the portal and you see Whimsy on the redwood stump on their hind legs.
Well, I was gonna.
Beak will basically stand to your side and look at you and like give a motion of like forward.
All right.
Trevor is looking at you both with apprehension and kind of like he's eager to see what's going to happen from like a crazy scientist experiment kind of way where he's just like, all right, let's see where this goes. So you enter, yeah?
Yeah, I'll follow. Beak follows Phoenix in.
Trevor, you coming, or are you gonna stay here?
Trevor says,
"I'll stay here and make sure you're okay. You may need me on the other side."
Right. Okay.
So,
yeah, we're gonna go.
You enter the Feywild. You cross through what feels like a curtain of tulle and vine. It's much cooler than you thought. It's like your face is being pulled over by like a wet washcloth. It's kind of like pulls over your face and your arms. It takes a little bit of effort. There's a little bit of resistance, but you make it to the other side, and it feels peaceful here. You hear strange avian noises, caws, tweets, ruckles and ruffs, simian noises. You hear the odd, horse or cow or some cloven creatures out in the woods. You also hear trees falling over, woodpeckers, the wind in the leaves that cuts through quite peacefully. Your nostrils fill with scents of long grasses, honey, spices, recent rain and dew, cool winds, dead leaves, fungus, that kind of thing. And as you step in and see this large redwood stump, and you're washed over with the sights and smells, everything is a little bit heightened, like it's a little bit saturated in here. The colors are slightly more vivid. The scents are slightly more like acidic on your nose. It awakens something in you. The taste in the air is sweet and inviting, and you almost feel at home. But now we're going to switch back over to Argentum and Sunder and Soot, currently underneath. Yeah.
I'm chewing through concrete. I fucking love the Feywild. I'm sitting here just like, yes, what else? What else is there? Tell me about the Feywild,
We have a literal
Jonah.
fairy here, and they can't go to the Feywild.
I'm chewing concrete, bro. I can't.
Oh, man. Okay, all right. Soon enough.
Okay. Okay.
So, when we left you guys, you had said Elistray's name. The chamber you are in, with the frescoes that had been whispering to you, had lit up and began to ignite the dust in the cobwebs around you guys. 8 times it spanned the circumference of this circular room, and on the 8th time, stairs began to descend set by set underneath of Sunder, to reveal a spiral staircase that goes all the way down hundreds of feet. And the whispering continues, but at this point, it sounds like there is a soft party. It is opened up. There is, it sounds like the number of drow on the wall in the room with you. There are no spirits or anything physical, but it's lively and inviting. There's laughter, and the glow that fills the room is a consistent, solid, if not a little bit dim silver. What do you guys do?
Honestly, I think we should descend.
I agree. That seems the best course of action.
We go.
So you guys go down. Down. 10 feet. There's no light. 15 feet. 20 feet. 15 minutes go by. 20 minutes go by. As you keep descending, soot trails behind both of you. You keep going half an hour. 45 minutes. the stairs begin to narrow slightly from their previous wide, like 15-foot span that spanned the entirety of that room. They start to narrow, and the walls go from being masonry to black rock. What little light is there bounces off the rock and stone. Very soft light from Argentum's pupils pings across the walls until you guys see it. 15 feet, 20 feet down, about a flight and a half more of stairs before you see purple light spilling softly, trepidatiously flickering from another chamber that opens up. And you both walk in. And you are greeted with... Let me get my notes. Where is it? Oh, where is it? Come on. How anticlimactic. I literally had this here. Wait, no, it's right there. Oh, that's the wrong trial.
That's the wrong number.
That's the wrong number.
Okay, cool. All right, so you open up into another chamber. This looks like a place of possibly meditation. There are 9 small squares of fabric on the ground in this large chamber, rectangular hall that now has one side that's been collapsed in with black rock through time and the manipulation of the earth. This looks relatively fresh cave-in as the atoll moved away from the continent. But you do see these ancient, old, covered in dust and rubble and debris rugs that are throughout this chamber. Beneath the dust are shattered desks and journals. There's ink that is like strewn about and dried, as if like the writers just kind of evaporated. There are faded sigils from like the school's crest here along the walls. There are books and like a book bag. There are various scientific implements around here. It looks like this is where Ipswich's school, their scholars, this is as far as they got in their, I guess, excavation of this temple. This looks to be as far as they discovered or were able to get. It doesn't seem like there's no doors or anything like that. And if you were to look at these books, it's just notes about this chamber and what it could possibly be. The one thing that really sticks out about this chamber is at the center, made out of black rock, stands a, now cracked a little bit, obsidian obelisk. Kind of like the ones that you saw in the ritual that transitioned Baron Edo's soul into oblivion. It's an obsidian obelisk about maybe 10, 15 feet tall, quite big, pretty robust. And there's etchings, there are markings all over it, toe to tip. And there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to this. Sometimes it's one or two characters. Sometimes it's a full phrase, but unless you look closely, you're not able to tell exactly what it is because it's just covered in dust. It's a little dark in here, and that's what's in this chamber currently.
Can I tell what language the etchings are in?
Yeah, make an intelligence check.
You got it, buddy.
Can I see another nat 20? 11. Okay.
But I do
It's
speak
not that
a lot
hard.
of languages.
List the ones you do speak for me one more time.
Common, Quarry, Elvish, Infernal, Sylvan, Goblin, Abyssal, Draconic, and Celestial.
Holy shit. The only language that's not on the obelisk is Kori. Every other language is represented. And in the languages you do understand, you can see that there are names. Let me see. There are many names. It doesn't seem like you're familiar with any of them. The handwriting is all different. The languages are all different. None of these names stick out to you at all. It's a wall of like an obsidian glass wall, 4 sides of names, toe to tip all the way. There's some space that's been like not covered in names, but the majority of this, like 2/3 of it, are just etched with hundreds, if not thousands, of names.
Perhaps these were... It's covered in names, and perhaps it was followers of Elistray or important figures in the church.
Perhaps, but why are they written in multiple languages?
Maybe it was their mother tongue, perhaps, as a sign of, I don't know, respect. I don't know.
Could be. Quite interesting thought to keep their names around, though, if these are what these are.
Yeah.
Sunder, can you make a religion check for me?
Sure, yeah. Sorry, you caught me off guard with that.
No, you're good.
Let's see.
Use your cabeza.
Use my what?
Your cabeza. That's Spanish for head.
I was about to say,
Almost
I don't
a brain.
know that. I don't speak Spanish. I speak Infernal. That's what I speak.
I don't speak Spanish. I speak Infernal.
I speak Infernal and
Infernal,
Elvish, brother.
baby.
I don't speak nothing else. Let's see. Religion check.
16. Yeah. So the followers of Ilmater have a similar ritual. And in fact, you even saw some drow pilgrims that would move through your temple engage in this ritual, albeit in a different way. This is a veneration and a remembrance of people's identities, memories, and is symbolic in a coming of age rite that the followers of Illustray and Ilmater share, where they pick their own new name. They take a name that is either given to them, there's some significance to the name, it's based on a great feat or a deed. They write their old name on the obelisk, and they are given a new name. And the new name is, whatever is decided upon, but it is a sacred rite.
This almost reminds me of something that the followers of Ilmater would do every so often. I've seen people in my old monastery do this, but I didn't think followers of Illustray did it either. These are old names. These aren't the names of who they are now. It's like a rite of passage in a way, coming of age almost.
So, like, relinquishing your old name and you choose a new one?
Almost. It's like a form of rebirth in a way. Leaving behind your past discretions and becoming anew.
Huh.
Still not sure why it's here though.
Possibly just the followers, what they were doing. Relinquishing their names for that same rebirth. My only thought is I'm like, oh, do we need to move forward through this thing? Etch our names in, but I don't know. That could be just drastic. I've not really relinquished my true name. I just don't use it much outside of home.
You and me both.
And Sunder, in your knowledge of this ritual, it is also used to remember. So it is both a kind of moving forward and looking back, right? So, for instance, at some point, people write the names of people who have been lost or kidnapped, the names of people who have died in combat or of old age. And there is said to be other boons that are bestowed, by sharing that name with Elistray. Or Ilmater.
It could also be a way for these people who have written these names down to remember whether it's their name or someone they know. Almost seems like there's something else here, but I'm not sure where to look.
What was the name of your friend who died when you were sparring?
God, I haven't said his name in what feels like ages. His name was Vezrin. He was my best friend growing up. We did everything together. We woke up at the same time, sparred daily. Hell, we'd even pester the hell out of the rest of the monastery. Like rambunctious children do, I suppose.
As you begin to speak memories of Vezrin, the obelisk sheds purple light as the names slowly begin to light up. One in Giant, one in Undercommon, in Elvish, Primordial, these strange characters, these weird pictograms, glyphs, symbols, logos, all kinds of crazy linguistic anomalies light up this pillar.
Seems we're on the right track. I had a feeling that would work.
I think Sunder will kind of look upwards. He might be gone, but you're still somehow guiding me into the right places, aren't you?
You speak more of Vezrin. The light becomes intense, fills the room. It bounces off the black rock cave-in. And it bounces onto a chisel at the foot of the obelisk.
I think it wants you to engrave it, yeah.
Sunder will go and pick up the chisel and we'll return back to the obelisk to write Vezrin's name in Elvish.
Elvish, okay.
Mm-hmm.
As you navigate the curves of the Elvish script as you carve memories into this obelisk. You feel deep within your heart a weight lifting you higher, almost like somebody put a fish hook in your scalp and started pulling it. You stand taller with every letter, with every memory you give this, with the intent and precision to get this right. Takes you the better part of 5 minutes. Make a sleight of hand check for me.
Sure.
But
See,
this
sleight of
buddy-
hand.
$16. It is naturally Elvish script is calligraphic. It's pretty to look at. And as is Ezrin's name, as you pull away, the weight of your transgression seems to lighten on you. And out of your control, you feel a smile creep across your face. And the light pulses. It fills the reliefs in the stone, in the black rock, embosses the name, shimmers, and the light dances around you. And then you disappear.
Whoa.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. Just never to be seen again.
Holy
Somebody
shit, guys.
threw a cloak over him, Argentum. He disappears into the purple blackness of the obelisk room. The light fades from the tower. You're standing in pitch black with soot.
That's what soot sounds like.
I suppose it's my turn, yeah?
Yeah.
They'll scritch the kitty.
Aww.
Oh man, can soot not come? Soot can't write.
Head.
Ah.
Little
Soot
claw mark
is
in the elbow.
relaying this to you as it's happening.
Okay. They're doing what? No, just kidding. And
I suppose. The first person that comes to mind is my father.
You can see now. The dull light of the obelisk begins to start at the base and give you vision. It's no longer pitch black.
Hooklan. My Vetier. My father.
The obelisk lights up at his memory.
He taught us the art of harnessing ourselves, resting our sometimes, well, restless minds. Taught us to live with having a secondary soul within us. Merge with our friend. And he was patient and full of so much knowledge. He had this quiet strength to him that I remember.
The obelisk beats with your words like a heart.
The way he was with my mother. Didn't even have to say anything, and she would just say, I love you too. She always just knew.
It fills the room with light. The purple sloughs off almost like smoke. And one area in particular glows a bit brighter than the rest. And these beams bounce around, reflecting in not just the black rock, but in your glasses, into your eyes, as you spy the chisel.
Argentum will pick it up and they will start chiseling in their father's name in quarry.
As you start writing in Corey, it's difficult at first. And with each scrape into the stone, you see purple sparks fly out of the obelisk. You see it reacting with fire and veracity to your etchings. Can you roll a sleight of hand check for me?
I can. That's an unnatural 19. Or unnatural 20.
Like a consummate author, you scribe their name into the obelisk. And it is gorgeous. So much so you have to take a step back for a second and appreciate the work you put into this. And the memories your father wash over you. You feel lighter. You feel better. And you let a smile creep across your face. Your eyes meet the purple light reflected in soots, and you disappear. And we'll go back to Silent Beak and Phoenix in the
Our wacky adventure, guys.
your wacky Fey adventures. So yeah, you are in this little chamber of the Feywild. You turn around and you see two Ivbronkin army grunts looking at you guys in a jerkin, a leather jerkin, and some pants, and one of them is got a piece of bread in his hand, just kind of looking at you guys in awe, a little confused. One of them walks forward as though to walk in, and the other one pulls him back and goes like, we're not, that's not for, and they kind of chastises him a little bit. It's hard to understand through this barrier. It's not silent, but it's garbled and weird and reversed and warped speech. What do you guys do?
Okay, now we're in this bitch. Where the fuck do we go?
I mean, can I take stock of our surroundings and
yeah? Would you like to make an investigation check?
Yes.
Sure. Okay. Go ahead.
8.
I rolled
8.
A 2.
So you are in a magical forest. Everything here is does what it says on the tin. Wood is wood. Air is air. There's nothing crazy other than the illusory forest that appears ahead of you as you keep trying to leave, if you try and leave through any means that isn't the portal. Now, there's a large ornate desk on one side. It is grandiose. This thing's probably maybe 10 feet wide, and there are drawers and shelving and decorations and filigree and carvings of owls and dragons and fairies and humans, all sorts of things. This thing is incredible. It is quite the sight. On the table, there are 2 or 3 scrolls. They all look relatively old. There is a large map, though, of Lolthlorian. But this is a map of Lolthlorian that looks, well, I mean, for brevity, it looks different. It is not the Lolthlorian that you knew on that side. There's also dragon chess pieces on this map of Lolthlorian. This place is covered in grime and soot and dust and particulate, and this has basically been left outside. It's like lawn furniture that's been left outside for a long time. It's just covered in nature. There are 6 chairs made of wood as well surrounding this large redwood stump. There's a hammock about 20 feet in a couple of the trees. There is a what looked like a small fireplace that looked really out of place on the portal side, so you wouldn't have seen it looking through the portal. It's on the portal side. It is out, but it is a stone fireplace that looks like it was like ripped out of a winter lodge, stone castle, chalet kind of thing. It's ornate, kind of like a Citizen Kane style fireplace. It's huge. Right. And that is pretty much all you guys see here, other than bookshelves and things like that. Just small set dressing knickknacks. Those are the important things.
I'm gonna go to the desk, ignoring the 2 dudes speaking gibberish, and take a look at these scrolls.
Ooh.
Okay. I would have you make an Arcana check.
Arcana! That's a 9. Damn, I'm rolling terribly.
Okay, so one scroll is bound in what looks like thorns. It is just a normal yellowed vellum. These thorns have molded, and there's been fungus growing on them, and the parchment itself has kind of aged into the stump. It's kind of melted in there with time. There's another scroll. Yeah.
I'm gonna give myself guidance, by the way.
Okay, cool.
And I'm gonna flavor it by Beak staring at these scrolls, and then her eyes are still not fully woken up, so she'll rub her eyes, and that triggers the guidance. And I'll add a 1d4. 2 to that, so it's an 11.
Okay. To continue. So what was it? 11? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So with that, your keen eye notices that even while these thorns have bound this scroll, even through the ages, contrary to every natural law, they have continued to grow like an Ouroboros in and around themselves. So just there's fresh roots and thorns, and then there's decayed roots and thorns as it keeps going. The second scroll is it's crazy. When you walked up to it, it's a black vellum, and it is unfurled. It is not bound by anything. It looks like sheet music at a glance, but it's sheet music that's kind of italicized. It's a little weird. There's symbols on it that you're not quite sure. Does Beak know much about music?
No.
Well, you would have seen sheet music before, but you don't really, you can't really read it. It's almost like reading a paragraph in a language you don't understand. The third scroll is an unmarked scroll in a gold tube that is not covered in as much nature as you would expect. It is... I can't give too much away. When you got like close to it, you notice when you came in here, you notice there was like a metallic smell, and as you get closer to this like set of scrolls, this is where that metallic smell is coming from. It smells like a penny on a hot day. You know, it smells like warm metal. And there's like it's pretty simple. It's like a copper tube, gold caps on either end, and that's what you get with an 11 on those scrolls.
Do they look safe to handle, like to pick up and manipulate?
They look safe to handle, yes. I mean, we want to watch out for the thorns, but unless you do any further investigatory work, it looks pretty safe.
Beak's gonna pocket all 3 of them.
Okay, so
Okay.
Beak, you grab the one that is bound in thorns. Easy enough. You pick it up. It kind of takes a little bit to peel it from the rotten wood that it's kind of melted itself into, but just like pulling an old branch up off the floor of the forest, you're able to take it out and put it in your pocket. You're able to roll up the music, sure enough, and as you do, you roll this up, and when you finish it, when the roll hits the end of its length, you hear a very sonorous chord played on a lyre that is unseen. You just hear flung, like it's strange, almost as somebody's like right behind you with a lyre playing it right into your face.
Yeah, when Beak hears that, she'll like stop her plundering for a second, look to Phoenix to ask like, wait, did you hear that too? And then just slowly keep plundering the skulls.
Do I hear it?
You did hear that. To you, you're a little further away, so it kind of sounded like, a chorus of birds at a certain distance, but it was very metered and measured, so it was definitely music and not here, so yes.
I nod, but I'm pretty sure Beak already looked away.
Yeah, she's already back to grabbing all this stuff.
Okay, so you grab the third one, the one that is a copper tube with gold caps. I'm gonna need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh shit! 17.
17. You will only take 4 points of fire damage as you grab this tube. And for a little bit, it kind of rests on your feathers, so you don't really feel. You know how you turn water on really hot and you put your hand under it. You don't feel it for a second, and then you're just like, oh fuck, right? That's kind of how this was. You picked up the scroll and you held onto it for just a second, but it was blisteringly hot, and you dropped it. It clattered to the table and started rolling. And as it rolls, it burns the wood and then cools down to a point where it stops burning the wood.
Yeah, as Beak gets burned, she lets out a screech, and then rapidly waves her hand and then rubs it against her other hand a little bit to cool it down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it stung a little bit, but you'll be okay.
Okay, so she's not gonna grab that one.
Unplunderable.
I'm gonna look at this map now.
Yeah,
okay.
I'll come up and look at the map as well.
So you look at the map, and there are. I gotta get my notes up. Hold on, I had 2 different notes out, and these tabs start to blur together after a while. this the one with the... Oh, no, I had it in here, actually. I can scroll up and find it. Okay, cool. There are 5 dragon chess pieces.
Ooh, okay.
And you see... They're not in any particular order. They're not anywhere in particular on the map, it seems, because 3 of them have been tipped over. 3 of them are upright still. But they're in, like, I guess you would call it negative space on the map, right? Where there are fields and plains and, for example, where you would normally see Ipswich's school on the map, you don't see Ipswich's school. You just see a small building. Where you would normally see Ivbranca on the map, you don't see Ivbranca at all. In fact, you just see a small little cave. There's nothing. It doesn't even look like there are settlements here. This is. If this map is accurate, it's pretty fucking old. But the pieces you see are a sylph, Sylph.
Where is the
griffin?
Okay.
They are just on the map. It doesn't look like they were located anywhere in particular.
They're not placed anywhere. They're
not placed
existing.
anywhere. Exactly.
Cool. Sick.
They're just there. You see a sylph. You see a griffin. You see an oliphant. A warrior.
Okay.
And a thief.
Okay.
And the sylph, griffin, and oliphant are knocked over. The warrior, thief, and what was the other one? The warrior, thief, and griffin are upright.
Okay, interesting.
Right. I would
people with maps and chess pieces. Got any clue?
She nods, and then she'll write down on her tablet some fallen, some upright. Significance? Question mark.
Hard to say. It could be just the wind.
Is there wind here? Like still like
there are. It's funny. As you try and take note of the wind, it's only in the leaves of the trees, like the canopy of this little space. It's been really still where you guys are.
Yeah, she looks at Phoenix and slowly shakes her head.
Perhaps they're dead.
Yeah, she nods at that suggestion. Beak will, like, poke the warrior piece a little bit to see if it stays upright.
Poke the warrior piece. It tips over with the slightest touch.
She looks at Phoenix and shrugs.
It looks like these are like weighted at the bottom even. So like they're pretty sturdy, but yeah, if somebody flicked them, they would fall over.
Mm-hmm.
She puts the warrior piece upright again.
Good.
Okay. I'll try uprighting the other pieces.
You upright all the pieces.
Yep.
And they are all upright.
Then nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Perhaps it's just a map.
So, like, this is just a very, very old map of.
Yeah, this is it's a map that basically just shows the natural features of Lolthlorian. There is a One thing that is like an addition of the natural features that just doesn't exist anymore is there's a place that you guys have seen. You guys have looked at the map of Lothlorien a lot through your travels and figuring out where you're going and how you're going to get there. There's a place called the White Moraine, and that doesn't exist, but there is a huge glacier there right now on the map. It is just this big white triangle that's kind of drawn in a quite realistic depiction of this glacier from a bird's eye view, and it's fairly large. It takes up about a fifth of this continent.
How is this like a fragile looking map? Like, will it? I don't want like if I were to pick it up, would it like crumble to dust or does it look relatively like sturdy?
It looks pretty sturdy. You can probably pick this up and move it around and manipulate it to your heart's content. It stayed here this long. The other scrolls that you picked up didn't seem to fade to dust. This one looks like it'll stick together. Be careful with it. Obviously, don't rip it in half, but like it'll stay together.
Cool. Beak is gonna like carefully move all the pieces off of the map.
Okay.
And then begin to carefully fold it up.
Okay. And fairly simply, you do so. All the pieces are moved off. You fold up the map. It's relatively easy. It's not like a scroll that's been rolled up or anything like that. It's been laid flat for a very long time. You fold it up, and you stow it away.
She'll specifically stow it inside of her funerary rites book. Like she'll take it out of the satchel, open up a random page, and then put the map in between the pages, and then close it up.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it feels pretty safe in there.
And she'll look to Phoenix and then like motion toward the pieces.
No, right. Okay. I'll scoop them up and pocket them.
Okay. Yeah, it's just like so many like checkers or chess pieces. You scoop up the 6 chess pieces and you stow them as well.
Almost got a full set.
Beak will jot down a message that reads, "Should show the others all this."
I give a thumbs up, and then I remember that I have free will and I can speak. Yeah.
She notices that you made that connection, and she kind of looks at you with a tiny bit of resentment.
Soft sigh.
Damn.
Is there anything else, like, does this desk have drawers or anything, or is it just like a table?
Oh, there are dozens of drawers and shelves. If you would like to go and investigate that, this thing is huge. It's like an old-fashioned like roll-top desk, but like scaled up immensely with a lot of ornate decoration on it and carvings and things like that. A lot of cool woodwork.
I want to go dig through some of these shelves then.
Okay, cool. Make an investigation check as you open each individual one. Some of these, some shelves and drawers are larger than others. Some are quite small. Some are like trick things that require you to open another drawer before it opens. So it takes a while. You got like 10 minutes to put this together.
Can I start on the other? Okay, sorry.
And
can I start on the other side and like work backwards?
Sure, yeah. You make an investigation check as well.
Cool. It'll be 14 total.
14. Okay. So a lot of this stuff is like
investigation.
It's like just things you would write with. There's like calligraphy pens. He's got wax seals and like seals of the name of his house and several other names that you don't really know. There are there's what's the word? Stationery and other things for marking letters. There's parchment made of leaves and woven vines and things like that. But it's quite like there's a lot of craftsmanship to it. It's quite ornate and looks would be absurdly expensive if this wasn't the Feywild. This is like really foreign, like alien to anybody from the prime material plane. Methods of writing and recording history and things like that. But one thing you do see is this monocle. Almost, it's like a telescoping monocle. There's several other lenses that are attached to it, and they have different they have little levers that you can switch up and change the magnification. But you also see on further inspection gears that are impossibly small on this thing. This is like a piece of mechanics that is, again, foreign and alien, something you have never seen before, and it almost defies physics how this works. One of the lenses, the main lens, is cracked, but yeah, that's what you that's what you make from that. You also see this one's really fun. You also see in one of the drawers, it takes up the majority of the drawer, a small humanoid brass figurine that fits in your wingspan. So it's like 8 inches tall, 3 or 4 inches wide. So it'll fit in your wingspan, and it has 2 eyes that are green gems. And when you pick it up, you could swear it kind of like twitched.
I guess I'll. God, I really want to cast like detect magic, but I feel like it would. All of this shit is magic.
Place the lights up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, like it would just be in, like overload of just like there's magic everywhere here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I will also take the humanoid figure.
Okay, you pocket the humanoid figure. When you move it any more distance of like 1 or 2 feet to your side, up and down, it does like spasm a little bit. It just twitches. Like a limb moves, a leg moves, its head twitches left or right. But it doesn't seem, it's not malicious. It's just antsy.
Beak will choose to ignore that.
Okay, cool.
So I want to go back to that thing with the gears.
Okay.
Like, do I understand that if I like turn the gear, something might happen?
The gear is turning on its own.
Huh.
It's been consistently moving since you picked it up, since you found it.
And can I make like an Arcana check to figure out what the fuck this is, or?
I mean, you know what it is. It's a monocle that you look through.
I will look through the monocle.
Okay. So, you hold the monocle up to your eye. What are you looking at?
I'll look at Phoenix.
You look at Phoenix?
Yeah.
You don't
I give
see
a peace
Phoenix.
Sign.
Oh.
He is gone. But you look slightly to your right, and you see the outline of Phoenix rummaging through the desk from 10 seconds ago.
Oh. Like,
I'll look up and give a peace sign.
And you follow him back, and there it goes. Yeah, but 10 seconds have passed, and his peace sign is there, but he's still there looking at you. The specter is gone. The after image is gone.
Oh, she looks at this thing with like awe, and then she'll quickly write down, "Monocle that lets you see the past?" 3 question marks.
The past?
She'll hand it, like she'll offer it to Phoenix.
Okay, I'll like handle it gently because it seems a little expensive.
Sure.
And I'll look through it. I'll like cock my head and look through it.
What do you look at?
I'll look at Beak here.
You look at Beak, and Beak is staring. Beak is there, but the after image of Beak looking through the monocle at you, looking at your after image. This is getting confusing to describe. You see.
Holy shit!
Beak looking at your after image, rummaging through the desk, but you just see her faded outline, and it stops after about 10 seconds.
Hold on, wait. Take this right now and look at me. Look at me. Look at you.
Oh my god!
She does that. She grabs it and looks again.
Okay. You look at him, and then you see Phoenix standing there smiling, anticipating something fun, but you just see the after image of Phoenix looking at you through the lens. And then after about 10 seconds of that, it fades, and you just see Phoenix looking at you like, oh my god!
Yeah, Beak is gonna pocket the shit out of this thing.
Yep. It's pretty fucking cool.
Holy shit!
Yeah, she nods enthusiastically in agreement. She will write down on her tablet. Find anything? Question mark.
Do I find anything?
Yes, you do.
Okay, cool.
You find 2 things. Let me decide what 2 things you find.
I love gotcha, guys.
What did you roll?
Great.
First of all, that's gonna help me figure it out.
5.
Okay, all right. So you find in one drawer a very ornate but fairly heavy dining fork.
Let's go.
It is a feels like it's made out of like pewter or some like heavy common metal. It is engraved with on the head of it is the depiction of a like block of cheese. Just like holes in this like square of cheese. And it's a 4-tined dining fork. And
it's huge.
Well, it's about the size of your hand. So it's actually quite small for a fork, but it's it's really ornate. It's heavy for its size, and you're not sure what it does. You also find it's a dingle hopper. You also find a candle. You find a short, burnt, purple candle. Smells quite nice. It smells like lavender oil, very intensely. It smells like lavender oil. That's it. You find that lavender. You're not sure what it does. You find that candle there in one of the drawers. It's been burnt several times, for quite long periods of time, hour, 2 hours. And based on like the girth of it, you can probably surmise that it was about a foot tall at one point. And you also find this one's quite fun. You open one drawer that's fairly large, and on the inside you are just blinded by quite literally what feels like looking into the sun. You take it out, and as you grab it, it doesn't
light
dim.
mode.
It doesn't dim. Yeah. It's a jar that is full of bright light that is not dimming. But that's all you get out of that with what you rolled.
It's a jar with a really
It's a
bright
jar.
light.
It is a jar with a brass top, a glass jar that is filled with a very bright light.
Holy shit.
Get that shit away from me.
I'll just like show Beak what I found.
It's bright as fuck.
Beak is gonna like shield her eyes immediately.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
like
wave at you to put that away.
I'll try to like wrap it up in one of my cloths. Does it make the light any dimmer?
If you wrap it up in the cloth?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does block the light. It is so intense though that you see it like shining out the bottom of your cloak. Kind of like, as you walk around.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I can take this anywhere. I'm gonna put the bottle down, like on the desk, so it's like blinds whoever comes in
Okay.
after me
All right.
for like a future friend.
Sure. Okay. Cool. You do so, and that is what you guys find in these knickknacks with the rolls that you got in
Nice.
the desk.
Great.
Great.
Beak is now already shifting her attention to the. Are the two dudes that were talking gibberish still here?
Well, there's a third one now.
Oh, what the fuck?
These are keep in mind, these are Broncan military guys on the other side of the portal staring at you guys, watching you do this. There's not anybody in the room itself with you, or in the clearing itself with you. These are people watching you in this portal as you do this shit.
We saw them earlier today.
Oh yeah. They were in the common area with you guys.
So are they now getting blinded by this fucking jar of flashbang?
It didn't seem like it had the same effect across the portal. So one of them is like looking at you guys, like squinting and like furrowing his brow. The other guy's laughing. The third guy's actively really enjoying his bread for the morning and kind of like using this as sort of like a caveman TV.
What the YouTube video he plays while he's
this is his YouTube video that he plays when he eats. Hey guys, it's me, Beak. We're here with
we're fucking sensory fruits.
Phoenix. We're rummaging through an old guy's stuff. Let's go.
God.
Beak
We're
is gonna
dancing sensory fruits, man.
is gonna walk over to the other side of the portal, like what's behind it that wasn't readily visible from when they opened it.
Okay. You look around the other side of the portal, and it is just more trees. This looks like it is like a two-dimensional break in reality.
Nice.
It's like in games where there's just like a wall of texture.
Yeah,
that's like
exactly.
Denoting the boundary.
It's like it has zero width.
Yeah, it has zero width.
I want to investigate the fireplace. The randomly copy-pasted fireplace here.
Okay, cool. Make an investigation check.
I will do so right now. 25.
Holy shit. Okay.
Nice.
So the last fire in here, there's nothing on the mantle. It is a large ornate fireplace, but the last fire in here was small comparatively to the size of this thing. And it looks like it was mostly books and records and scrolls and tomes. There's a couple of like pieces of metal in there, even some scientific implements, bits of broken glass, and on further inspection, let me grab my notes. You got a 25. That's insane.
25.
So on further inspection, you see a tome that is written in what languages do you read? Or I've asked this like 8 times today, but there's a lot of you.
It was Common, Elvish, and Primordial.
Common, Elvish, and Primordial. Okay, this is written in Elvish. And curiosity kind of overcame you. So you grab this book and you leaf through its carbonized pages kind of idly. But there is a name that sticks out to you.
Ooh.
That appears several times. Pitch Plume. And some of the pages have been burnt. And then you see another name that you recognize.
You recognize these names?
Yeah, Beak does, yes.
That's crazy.
Meloc. M-E-L-O-C. And these are very detailed accounts of both Melloc and Pitch Plume's activities over the span of a couple of months. And this is like a third of this book. There are other names in there that are this is something that has been happening, it almost looks like a doctor's record of patients, kind of, where it's just like this, patient exhibited blankety blank blank blank, will follow up later. Melloc exhibited this fire and fervor in his speech. We'll see if that has any sort of arcane significance, that kind of thing. It's almost creepy how accurate and vivid some of the description of not only Pitch Plume but Melloc is as well. But this being in this fireplace kind of tells you a little bit about the intentions behind it. But yeah, that's what you can make out. Even with a 25, it's kind of difficult to read because it's been burnt. In judging by Ipswich or whoever decided to make this fire, they thought that this was dealt with.
So I'm Beak's demeanor will immediately shift as soon as she starts seeing these names, and she'll very carefully stow the book in her travel satchel, or what remains of the book.
Okay.
And then she'll go up to Phoenix and will write out a message reading, "Seen enough."
Sounds good. Shall we keep going in?
And she points toward the forest to confirm if that's where he meant, as in going in.
Well, it seems my rat knows the way. Is there anyone you want to lead us to? I'm gonna turn to Whimsy.
Whimsy goes across the immense cedarwood round table, sits up on hind legs, and tilts their head sideways.
Anywhere else of interest?
They tilt their head the other way.
Do you speak rat?
She shakes her head.
Huh. Could this be it?
I mean, Beak's gonna take a look around one last time and give a shrug towards Phoenix.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything else that you guys haven't seen. I mean, some of your rolls were relatively low. There's other stuff in here, but it fell on it fell on blind eyes. So
Hey.
Yes, that might be it.
Beak will write a message reading, "Gathered much to discuss."
Right.
And she'll look at her own writing and then appreciate the irony of her using the word discuss.
Much to scrawl about.
I guess this might be the only safe place inside the realm. So I guess we just go back now.
She nods.
Okay.
All right.
So as you guys are ready to breach the Fey Veil back into the Prime Material Plane, we are going to swoosh back to everybody who is currently in the Temple of Elistray. So Argentum, Sunder, and Soot.
Here we go.
Yeah, if you want to RP Soot and kind of use them as a surrogate you with limited capabilities, but go for it, dude. That's awesome. I want to include you as much as I can. Okay, so unfortunately, Soot is alone right now.
Dude, I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Okay. So, Sunder, you disappear. You don't fall. You're not ripped from reality. You are simply transplaced. You fade from vision and then fade back in. A little bit of a start, obviously, kind of like somebody behind you pushing you. But as you get your breath, you look up. And you are currently in almost like a cylindrical room. This is no stonework, nothing. This is all carved from black rock. This is expert craftsmanship. There are two in front of you directly. There are two sets of stairs that curve upward about 25 feet. And there's a little dais in the center of this room. But directly in front of you, there is a 10-foot tall silver spider that is still. It looks like it is wrought from, cast in liquid silver, but it stays slightly drifting as though it's held up by magnets or some sort of unseen force. Each of its 8 legs kind of curl out, almost like a rib cage, ending in these gorgeous gold filigree-like points that every now and again it'll drift to one side and then hit the stone, and you'll just hear like a low ding, dong, ding, dong, almost like music as it kind of bounces off and changes its rotation and direction. It just very, very slightly touches the stone, making a really quite a beautiful sound. Its body is elegant. It isn't touching the ground, just hovering a foot or so off the ground, and the arms spread out about 12 feet. But one thing that's really, really intricate that you notice along the thorax that kind of comes out, like swoops down and out, are runes that spiral down its thorax. And these are all in Undercommon. But the thing that you notice most about them is they are always changing. These runes are words, pictograms, what have you. There's definite meaning here, but it's always moving. Sometimes it'll switch into another language very briefly. Common or, Elvish, but it's mainly like 3 or 4 different main languages. And when you catch a bit of Common, it's like a please, or by the will of the god, or my web is taut, or these may be prayers. It has 8 eyes that glow softly with a violet light. But as you look closely at the eyes, there are flickering images that go by. They kind of almost like a candle light on the inside of these eyes. They move and sway and flutter, almost like film. It's active movement on the inside of here. It has a spinneret in its abdomen, but out of this spinneret comes threads of what I can only describe as thoughts and memories that spin a web up, and as you look up, you see this gorgeous silver web that has been spun above you, constantly being refilled, replenished with new thoughts, with new sinewy, long threads of memory, filaments of old conversations, dreams, secrets, lies,
promises. This is a web of thought that is spun by the silken witness. Shortly after that, Argentum appears to your left.
Hey.
Hey.
There is something. Argentum sees this as they spawn in. There is something on that raised platform up top. It looks like a stone, but it's a dais that's kind of raised. So it's kind of hard to see from where you guys are. It's about 30 feet above you, but there are stairs to get up there. And you, Argentum, as well, see the silken witness spinning webs of history, thought, memory, intricately, constantly, forever.
Huh. It's like a... What do you make of it?
I've been noticing slight changes here and there since getting in here, but there are runes on its thorax. They're constantly changing. I've only been able to catch a few words here and there, but all jumbled, nonsensical. At least not in my head, it's not.
If I observe it just like for a good couple minutes, just watching all the runes changing, do any words or meanings jump out at me from the runes?
You see... actually, make a investigation check.
You got it, buddy.
That's a 14.
14.
Ooh.
After looking at it for, about 60 seconds, really squinting and waiting for things to cycle in and out, you see something you've never seen before. Your father's name written in Undercommon. Pass by, and then quickly as it came across that thorax, it disappears up the eyes.
Oh.
They'll sort of wipe at their eyes, just like they'd clearly been like a little misty after the last room.
It was my, after you left, I spoke about my father from, not my adoptive dad's, but my birth father, and I just saw his name written in, Undercommon. So maybe it makes me think of sort of a web of thought, right? So it's like we are giving those pieces of ourselves, we're letting them go and giving them to someone else to hold on to. Keep them safe for us. I don't know. Perhaps I'm just feeling sentimental.
Well, it's a good thing that I gave it Vezran's name then. Don't know my parents.
As you see the Silken Witness spin back counterclockwise, and one of the hinds of feet hits the stone, A sonorous, deep, bassy boom rings out. So much so that like a splinter or two of the black rock fall from the ceiling, bouncing off the web as it falls. And you hear in your mind, soft, kind, Argentum.
I have seen good men lie. Your progenitor is kind, is still with us.
Argentum will just stand there, just staring at this spider, and tears will just start streaming down their face, just at hearing this.
You all right?
Yeah.
He fights for you. Lost, but brave. He dreams in the dark. Hulkarn dreams in fitful sleep.
He's still alive.
He is with us. He lives in webs, in thought, in limbo.
Then I'll find him.
As you still feel the resonance from this tine hitting the stone, you didn't notice that it was turning to hit again, and
Let me show you.
and the spinneret begins to spin its web of thought around your head. And before it touches your temple, you see in front of you visions of both Clarn and your mother, Pentari, running away. Him protecting her and fighting, fending off unseen enemies, nursing wounds, helping each other. And speaking of you, and they look at you. And for some reason, the web of thought refuses to enter your mind.
I don't think so.
I don't believe her. I don't think that this is a positive reunion. I think something is up.
And while I'm in here, you're protecting me, right? It's pushing into your temple. It wraps itself around your hair like a warm blanket, like a soft cashmere cowl, but it refuses to enter. Praetori Cole's not letting you see this. I know you want to. But don't let her in. Do you understand? There's a pressure. The thought web begins to try and force its way in. I'm keeping her away. Don't let it happen. You're the only one standing between this and her. After several more memories that you've never seen before, visions of your mother and father as you knew them, as you left them, on their own journey, fighting their own monsters, their own demons, writing their own story. The web begins to paint the inside of the cylinder with their memories. I have seen brave men lie. I know what ails you. I know what you are. Archtrailan.
Argentum will force their eyes shut and try to force the web of thought out of their mind.
The remaining measures of memory and thought leave your eyes. And Sunder, you hear in your head as the silken witness turns to you. On the last or most recent, the end of that peak, you hear, you should not be afraid. Guilt is your vice. You live spurned. You did not kill Vesrin.
feel like at this point Sunder's heart has kind of like dropped. His skin's kind of going a bit pale.
And you see, as the spinneret excretes a thought to you, spins itself around your head, around your horn, weaves its tail around your eyes, and you see memories of someone you haven't seen in years. Sitting, eating dinner with people that you've never met before, smiling, wizened, aged, hale. Vezran is alive. You will let this in. You will be redeemed. You did not kill Vezran. He was taken.
Taken?
He was meant for something more. The wrong place. The wrong time. The wrong plan. You and he are champion.
You feel the thought that's passing through your eyes quickly, like film. Seeing him going about his normal daily routine. He tends a farm. He seems to have some sort of family. He has a pet dog. He's smiling. But he's scarred. Do you let the memory in?
Ooh. I don't think I will, no. I think seeing Vezran age, Sunder will shut his eyes tightly and back away.
The thought whips back around your skull, retracts back into the spinneret, and paints the inside of the cylinder. I need both of you guys to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh,
Good luck, team.
Insane.
You're good at these, right?
oh,
You're good at these.
I
I'm
don't
not
know if I'm good at these,
particularly.
but we'll find out, baby.
Like, I'm not the smartest.
No, I mean Argentum's good at these.
Yeah, they're good at them. I don't know about me though.
Intelligence save.
Come on.
Ooh.
Okay.
14.
All right. You feel the presence of not just the thoughts, not just the prayers, not just the visions in their eyes, but the visage of the Silver Witness attempts to bear its entire being onto both of you. You feel this weight Not just the gravity from being so far underneath the ocean and rock, but like this black pressure on both of your skulls. It gets to be a certain point that there's a metallic ringing in your ears. It's piercing. But after 5 seconds of intense discomfort, the tinnitus subsides, the pressure lessens, you can think clearly again before there's one final thing echoed on the inside of your minds. You are worthy. Dong. Boom. You're just how you were when you came in. Good job, guys.
Are worthy.
Fuck, bro.
Damn close. All right, so lay of the land again. The Silver Witness is still watching, as always, but you have 2 sets of stairs you have yet to ascend. There's the entire web of thought above you guys. Yeah. What do you guys do?
Okay, so there's staircases and then the web of thought in front of us.
Yeah, and you can't see what's on the, I guess, dais, altar, plinth, whatever you want to call it. This like cylindrical, like tube of rock that's kind of jutted out from the black rock at the top, right at where the same level as where the Silver Witness's head would be.
Okay. What do you say we take to the stairs? See if we can't find anything.
I think that's a good idea.
Argentum will just kind of hold out their hand to Sunder.
Sunder will take a deep breath to try and calm himself of what he's just seen. And he'll take Argentum's hand.
They'll give Sunder's just a really tight squeeze. Up we go.
Hi.
You guys ascend the Blackstone stairs. Just one flight curves up, and as you guys take a look to your right, as you get to the top of these stairs, you do see in the center this cylindrical display, and on top of it is a incredibly ornate, glistening, deep black, faceted diamond. It is untouched by age, flawless in its presentation, about the size of like a basketball or slightly bigger. And as you lay eyes on it, you feel the blood in the back of your eyes pulse, almost like a heartbeat. Rhythmic, almost pulsing to the rhythm of the Silver Witness's prongs.
Oh, I don't like that.
Ooh, it's not the most comfortable sensation.
Is there anything else in this room? Are there any doors? Is there anything specific about what the diamond is on? Anything that we can sort of glean from this area?
I'm going to have you instead make a history check.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
Enjoy.
Dookie, it's a 10.
A 10? Well,
Yeah.
what about you, Sunder? Are you curious?
I
Sorry,
am.
use your big wrinkly brain, please.
My brain isn't wrinkly. It's smooth and cute.
But
Hell
you,
yeah.
So
you could be
smooth
still
and cute.
curious.
Hell yeah.
That, you know what? That's just gonna make the dice roll so quickly onto a
Be
20.
smooth. Exactly.
Real. Not 20. That's a 17. Close enough.
That's still pretty
17?
fucking good, bro.
Okay. You do remember this, which is kind of fun because Argentum is usually the person who remembers everything. But in this instance, Sunder latched onto a little bit of information that you all knew and were all told. Come with me into whispers.
Oh my god.
Damn it.
You were all told,
Word.
but I wasn't paying attention, so it doesn't matter.
We're all told. I don't fucking remember.
Okay.
I'm traumatized. I don't know. I can't remember everything.
What happened to the cool haha funny vibes that we had a moment ago? What happened, guys?
I don't know, man.
I was really enjoying the Phoenix and Beak show. It's like Wallace and Gromit.
Y'all are cracking me up. It's so good.
It's like Wallace and Gromit, but worse. You know me. Congrats, guys. You guys are worthy.
But at what cost, bro?
Proud of you.
Bro, thank
At
God
the
for
cost of
Victoria. I'm gonna be
everything.
real. Because Argentum was like, yeah, no, show me that shit. I believe you.
Pretoria is your real friend. Petrie Cuck
Pretoria's
is
got my fucking back.
my boy Petrie Cuck got it going on.
Petrie Cook out here.
That's all he does.
He's such a fuckface, and I love him.
That's why he comes out of the woodwork and be like, hey, what's
He's
up,
like,
man?
hey, I think you need to stop fucking around. Otherwise, you're gonna find out, and we're both gonna find out, and that's not gonna be good. Get your shit together.
Oh, there's somebody who he reminds me of. It's at the tip of my tongue, and I can't place it. It'll come to me one day, and it'll be so obvious.
It's gonna be it because it's always how it happens. It's gonna be at a really random time of night, and you're gonna be like just falling asleep, and you're gonna be like, "It's this," because that
my
happens
God.
to me all the fucking time. So you better
Yeah.
fucking text me. You know I'll be awake.
Hmm.
You know I'll be awake.
Oh. That was
Welcome
some
back.
information. That was some information. My God.
Gimme.
You think you're so cool, huh?
Well, I don't really know a lot about it, but I do know what it is to a degree. And since Sunder recognizes it, he'll turn to Argentum. Do you remember some of the things that Kelly was telling us about a while back?
Oh, he told us a lot.
Specifically about, if my memory serves me right, it was something about the elemental plane of water.
Was it in regards to the eyes of Lolth, like how they are all scattered to different planes?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's sort of coming back. Why?
Well, I remember everything of what Kelly told me. He described the pieces of Lolth as spread apart and put into different planes. And he described one of them pretty vividly. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure this is the heart of the abyss.
Holy shit.
He described a part of Lolth as a black diamond situated in the plane of water. So if that's here, then that's probably where we are. And obviously, I don't know much about this. I remember that fucking diamond. I remember how intricate he described it. And that matches it. Matches it to a T.
If we were able to find this, not easily, obviously we've been through some shit, but if we were able to get down here quite easily, this isn't good.
No, it's not.
Fucking Ipswich. Sorry, Phoenix isn't around right now. Fucking Ipswich.
Didn't he say that there
You don't
wasn't
need
a
intelligence
lot
if you get a high charisma.
Didn't he say that his old man didn't really have a lot of interesting shit in his castle?
Oh, it's not interesting.
What the fuck is
you,
this?
Phoenix.
What should we do? If this is here, what is our course of action? Should we leave it here? Because I'm just saying, if we take this, then we're kind of putting ourselves in a lot more danger than we should be.
As you guys speak, you feel it in your bones, in your blood.
There it goes again, that sensation.
I will know that if we take it, we'll be dealing with that. Also, I am concerned about putting this anywhere near Ray. We don't know the full extent of his connection to Lolth. And it's not that I don't trust him. Especially at this point, I trust Ray implicitly.
You and I both. It's not a matter of trust, though. If we were to bring this with us, and we were to run into Veyroun again, what's stopping him from killing us and... Exactly, what's stopping him from killing us and taking it?
Nothing. We needed to come down here, and... I just need a hint towards even what Beery looks like. Or even the best place to start. Last time I spoke to Elistray, she mentioned that the tournament is the best place. So, it's a good first stop, but...
Beery's parents were obviously Veyroun, and wasn't it...
Glacia.
She's the daughter of Asmodeus.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Beery looks like me.
That is a very good point.
I was about to say, if you're an infernal, and you have infernal blood, which given I have, maybe they look more like a tiefling than they do a human, or god for that matter.
Look less like Veyroun and more infernal. From my studies, infernal blood and anything, well, for lack of better phrasing, touched by the planes, or plane touched as it is written in some places, it affects a lot about a person's outward appearance. So Yeah? There are a lot of tieflings in the world, though, darling.
This is true.
But we have a location. And I think what you're saying is plausible. And before we go back to the others or figure this out entirely, your friend, Vezrin, that's 6 letters, yeah?
Yeah, it is Vesryn.
You remember the vellum? 6 letters starting with a V. I don't know how it would be possible, but...
Well, if there's a possibility of that being true, then what that spider showed me might have been right. But that doesn't make any sense, though. There it is. There it is again.
It's starting to give you guys a headache.
Is there any way, like, out of this area, safe for going back the same way? Like...
There are no doors. You see water seeping in from the outside of the cylinder a little bit. It looks very damp and leaky, but there are no doors, no trap doors. You can't see past the thought web above you. There's no way out.
I'm going to do something very stupid. And if I am incinerated, just tell the others that I fell to my own hubris. As Argentum's saying this, they're gonna step forward and they're just gonna place their hand on the diamond.
All right. Make an intelligence saving throw.
You got it, Buckaroo!
17. You fail.
No! Obviously.
Shut the fuck up!
You thought the heart of the abyss was going to be a low DC?
No!
This is a Zephyriah level of dumb thing to do.
Yeah, I know. I learned it from watching you.
You, Dad.
I can't wait to see what happens. I gotta say, I'm pretty excited.
So
2 cats learning bad behaviors from each other.
You light your hand. You get closer to it, and as you do start walking toward it, the blood pounding in your skull, like it gets to be almost like you feel like you're having an aneurysm. And then as you start walking toward it, it immediately stops and subsides. And you see this massive, multifaceted gemstone, size of like a basketball or a watermelon, jet black, not opaque. And your eyes take it in. It's the heart of the abyss, and it looks like it when you get close to it. These obsidian depths, there are faint veins of purple, violet, silver reflections of the thought web above you, and a very, very dull, fierce red in the center, like a dying heartbeat. None of these facets on the inside follow any sort of natural geometry. This thing was not made by nature. This was the work of a master artificer, or a force of the elements, primal. All these colors spiral inward in impossible geometry shapes. It's like a maze of thoughts and memories and emotions folding in on each other. If you look too long, you feel like you're pulled in. After a while, you do notice that there's a crack in this diamond at the bottom. It may be from mishandling. It may be intentional, but it's imperfect. It's flawed. You light your hand upon it. And you close your eyes. And you feel like you're not yourself anymore. You're someone else, somewhere else. And when you open your eyes, you are in Ivbranca. You are seeing this day go by faster than you normally would. You are seeing the citizens walk among you, past you. You swear you see Zyra's face in a crowd somewhere. Krillin. You go to meet at the county seat for a party to celebrate the 99th birthday of Baron Edo the Elder. There are raucous cheers. Political sways from every side, from every corner of Lolthlorian come in to venerate this benevolent, transitionary man, this revolutionary man. You get in line. You have one of your books in your hand. You open it up. And yes, the ink is dried. Your signature is still intact. You wait. 5 minutes. You see people bowing in front of you, kissing his ring. He pulls it away, shakes their hand. You're next. He smiles at you with the same warmth as your father. He bares his teeth in a kind way. He beckons you forward, wondering why you've been so still. You offer him your book. He seems very interested, genuinely asks questions about the stories, characters. How many people came to your signing? How Tybalt is doing at the bookstore. He holds the book close, holds it to his heart, holds out his hand. You shake it. You turn around and see the remaining line. Sephiroth, Phoenix, the Wall, Kelly, all the members of the council, Tyrael to his side. You close your eyes and you open them and you see your village in flames. But not as a product of the attack of the Dreaming Dark. No, you see hideous winged lizards breathing fire, belching acid and smoke upon your loved ones and everyone you know. You can do nothing. You're too young, too weak. And as you stand there on your knees, a man in a duster runs up to you and says, "Come on, kid, let's get out of here." close your eyes and you wake up. And you are in a bed. And you turn to your right and see your wonderful, wonderful partner, Zyra, who you've been with for 10 long years. She smiles. And you close your eyes. You wake up. And you see around you leaking stone. Boom. Boom. Your hand upon the black diamond has burned a scar into your palm. A spider. There are also several other things that take effect. But right now, that doesn't seem to matter to you.
Fuck. I'm like, I'm processing, bro. Holy shit. Argentum will just look at the spider on their palm, and with, like, I'm assuming this is like a fresh burn.
Oh, it's bubbling.
Situation.
It is blistering. Yeah.
They will take their other hand and just trace around it, like not touching the burn itself, but just kind of mystified by it, just trying to process everything they just saw.
Skin is plump and taut, fresh.
They're just standing there. They're like, they're not paying any attention to Sunder. They're just standing still, staring at their palm, not doing anything.
Sure.
I think with that, Sunder's gonna walk up and kind of tap them on the shoulder. You know, should probably dress that. He'll tear a piece of cloth from, you know, his upper garments and wrap their hand up.
Thank you.
What did you see?
I don't know how to describe it. It's as if I saw a different version of what my life could have been. I saw myself in Eve Bronca, walking about, meeting with Baronetto. I saw Ray and the wall, Teriel. We were all meeting, waiting to meet with Baronetto. Then I saw my home in flames, being burned down by these winged lizards, and had a man that might have been Dakota, I don't know. And I saw, when I closed my eyes and opened them again, I saw Zyra. And in my memory, she and I had been together for a decade. And then I woke up again. And I was here with this. So I elect we don't take this, but I don't know how else to get out of here. I don't know if you have any ideas, darling.
Your guess is as good as mine, but with everything that you've just told me, it's Almost like there's a theme for this place.
Memory.
What was? What could have been?
When you say that, you hear in both of your heads, what will be? And you both disappear. And you reappear.
Oh.
At the mouth of, well, in common, the wall's home. And at your feet, the heart of the abyss.
What the fuck?
And that's where we're gonna call tonight.
Holy shit!
God!
Bro! Well,
You left my cat down there!
she's back, bro. She'll figure it out, bro. Wow. You too, bro.
You guys know that video with the cat at the doorbell? That's the sound. That's
that's exactly what you're talking about too.
That's just all I thought about was the cat when he hears food. He's just like the long
this one.
This is crazy.
Holy motherfucking shit, bro.
Holy shit.
Well, all right.
Long
That was a hell of a
motherfucking
time.
me, bro.
That was a fucking session. My God.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad that's how it shook out. I am sorry that the splitting of the party made it so that some people just didn't get enough screen time, and I really do apologize, but I hope you guys got a lot of really good information bits that you can reconvene with everybody later and discuss. So I'm sorry if it wasn't as hands-on for everybody, but I really did plan the temple.
I want to know.
That was great. That was,
Okay,
that was
all right.
fucking
I
rad.
had a grand old time,
That
bro.
was
Good.
I thought it was pretty. I thought that was amazing to listen to. Will I get a long rest? That's the question that's been bugging me.
You will get a long rest. You will get a long rest. I woke everybody up for some RP, but you will get a long rest.
For some reason, I thought that telling Bryant about my history so far meant I lost my long rest, and it's like,
No. I wouldn't do that to you. That's rude. If anything, you get the best rest. You kind of have a reconciliation with your buddy. So yeah, you get a really good. If not, you fall asleep telling him stories, and he does as well.
Yeah, you don't have to sleep to get long rest. It's anything that's like very light activity that doesn't take any effort.
Really? For just 8 hours
Shit,
of light
me and our
activity?
gentleman, fucking get no kind of rest.
We're just gonna be crying myself
Oh
to
yeah,
sleep.
it's literally just 8 hours of downtime. Sick. What the hell?
Yeah,
we ran the spectrum of like a full rest with Zephyriel, a decent amount of rest with Phoenix and Beak, and then no rest
Zero.
whatsoever with our
You guys
Thunder.
don't deserve the long rest, so I'm just gonna say it. No, I'm playing.
Damn,
No.
that's crazy.
I just got burned by your god's fucking heart, bro.
That is not my fault. That's your fault.
You wouldn't touch it too, my guy. I don't want to fucking.
Okay. If you guys tell the truth about all this, then you get the long rest.
You're keeping it this way.
Yeah, there you go.
I will make sure. I heard you debating it in the place before you touched it.
In the place before you touched it.
Yeah, that was like you touching the heart of the abyss was a bold move.
Yeah.
That
I
was
wonder how much-
that will have ripples throughout time. That's great.
Let's fucking go. I want to know.
not gonna reveal
I
too
want to
much,
know what
but-
I did.
You'll trust me. You'll know. I'll make-
Vittori's
Don't
gonna eat
worry,
my
you'll
brain.
know.
Y'all,
Victoria-
Vittori's gonna eat my brain. He's gonna be so mad at me. I
He's like,
can't
I won't
wait.
let the stupid sticky thoughts in, but I'm gonna touch that big black rock.
Surprising he didn't stop you.
Argentum's an arrogant fuck. They learned it from Vivacry. Let's be real.
This was like the stupid sticky thoughts was like sinking into quicksand. So I imagine Praetori had a bit more time to be like, whoa, what's this? But like you touching that was like smashing your head into a brick wall. Like
I'm starting to think that Praetori is the good guy in our campaign.
Praetori's like, dude, can you fucking not? Like for 5 seconds,
everything
can
you
you
see.
not?
I know you wanna.
They say
I
you
know
don't
you
like
wanna.
The
learn.
voice of reason.
They say you don't like learn stuff or like process new information until you sleep. So in my headcanon, since we haven't slept since Argentum said Acerfax out loud and spawned the dragon, that's why they still did something equally as silly.
That's another thing. My interpretation. Well, my interpretation is what it is. But like the dragon wasn't there as a I'm imprisoning you, haha. The dragon might have been there to prevent people from getting to where you got.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that.
Yeah.
Whoopsie doopsie, Captain Eisen. This is all my fault. Tee hee.
Well, now we have to protect it. You know what I mean? Because we kind of like made the protector go away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, it's Ipswich's fault for making it so fucking easy.
Dude, it's Ipswich's fault that Veyron is out. Like, this is all Ipswich's fault. Like, because he had a heart that bled.
Yeah.
Hold
God
on,
forbid.
guys. Ipswich is the good guy in this campaign.
We can blame him for everything.
And then when he comes back
Blame Ipswich.
as like a resonant fucking avatar ghost man, you can be like, I see your balls.
I've seen exactly how big your
Your
dick is.
balls are out, old man.
Balls are out, old man.
Put away your sack.
All right. Okay. All right. Is there anything anybody wants to talk about before we call it a night? Plug, show off, anything cool you got going on?
I will be I don't know if we've decided on a time, but I'll be playing Repo with some of these lovely people here. It's fucking Chris and Juzo and Leiju and Sayu and what?
What's that?
No, I'm giving your backtrack, the WoW backtrack.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Wow.
was
Uh,
that not supposed to talk about it yet or something?
Yeah, when are we doing it? That's what I need to figure out.
Yeah, I don't know what time, but I have that day blocked out because it's a Sunday. But yeah, I'll be playing Repo with these lovelies. It's gonna be a good fucking time. It's a goofy game. And I will be at WeebCon from the 17th to the 19th of this month. So come say hi to me. Do it, or else I'll have Argentum prints. And also prints of the Alpha and Scylla heckin' piece that we got done. Because I still have some of those left. So those will be available in limited supply because Alpha was real nice and threw some on my table, like, yeah, and then ran away.
Take 'em.
That's exactly how that went down.
It is exactly how that went down. I was like, hey, here you go. I gotta leave.
Yep.
But on the same subject of prints, what I'm going to be doing, Chad, if you want to come see any of us at a con, I'm going to take everybody's character art, including the wall, and put it on a horizontal print and give room for all of the cast to sign it. So if you would like art of a player character, and you can collect the whole set on one print, because I know a lot of people like doing that and going around and getting it signed by everybody. So you'll have all the character art. You'll be able to get it signed by everybody you want, including people like Kelly. And as we have more, I will put more characters on there. I want to wait until the most recent set of characters are done. It's two NPCs that we've seen, and Beak, which is exciting because we're getting art.
Beak looks so good.
Beak looks sick. I've showed the players Beak. We'll show Beak when she's done. Yeah, that's what I got going on. I'm out. I'm off next week, and I will be flying out Sunday instead of Monday, so I will not be streaming on Sunday. I'm off next week because I'm moving Chalitza into the townhouse, and we're doing a long drive with a friend. It's gonna be like Goofy Movie. You know, you've seen Goofy Movie, right? It's gonna be like Goofy and Max in Goofy Movie doing the road trip. We're gonna have a Sasquatch and everything. It's gonna be great.
Oh hell yeah, baby.
Anybody else got anything they want to talk about?
Yeah. You know what? I impulsively signed up.
Yeah.
What? Dude, what's so funny, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The economy.
Sorry, I kind of just like check back into my body when it's my turn to talk. I don't know if you guys ever feel that way. We just have to like restart it all. Anyway, so I impulsively signed up for Rivals of Ether 2 at Evo this year.
Yo.
Let's go.
I don't even play. I barely played the game, but now I have to do a training arc. So I think I'm gonna start streaming and be training Rivals of Ether 2 every now and then, so that I can go compete at Evo, and that'll be fun. 'cause I've
Okay,
always
Win.
wanted to
Yeah,
go.
dude. Good luck.
Thanks.
That's awesome.
When
Is
is
there
Evo?
good luck for the fighting game community that I don't know about? Break a
I have no
stick.
idea,
I don't
actually.
like.
No,
Break a
no.
stick.
Break a stick.
I'd hope you don't break your stick. Those things are like hundreds of dollars.
Don't break your stick.
No idea. I always watch grand finals on like streaming it, like the Twitch stream and stuff, like every year, because it's so fucking hype. Even if you don't play the fighting games
Yeah, it's the
themselves,
crowd and
just
everything,
watching
dude.
the grands and watch me will be absolute masters at the game, and then people just go nuts. Oh my god,
Some of the best.
I'm ready to be
esports.
there for it. It's gonna be fun.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Fantastic,
going
man.
to Evo just for funsies, so I'll see
Really?
you there, I
Hell
guess,
yeah.
bud.
So,
Yeah.
man.
Yay! Yay!
That's awesome. Oh,
Is
that sounds like
Sai
a
going
blast,
too?
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Oh.
can hang out. I thought I was gonna go alone.
No.
Oh, yeah, dude.
I was just gonna be there and experience life.
Fuck yeah.
Nah,
dude.
bro, it's gonna be all of us.
Yeah, dude.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Damn, now I
Okay.
really gotta train. I don't want to get knocked out of bracket. Be embarrassed.
No
No
drowning
one's-
pools.
Training arc.
Yeah, that's the
Drowning
goal.
pool.
The goal is either get out of pools or just win like 3. If I can win 3, I'm
Okay.
fine.
All right.
Oh,
Well, good luck, man. I'm rooting for you. Let us know when that happens, and I'd love to like if you're like being streamed anywhere, that would be fucking sick. I'd like to just watch you play too. That'd be cool.
Well, I'll
All
be
right. Anybody
streaming.
else have anything else they want to talk about? Before we call it a night.
I will be over at BrookCon on Long Island next Saturday. It's
Yippee.
Stony Brook University. So if you're in New York, just like
New York.
go to NYC and then take the Long Island Railroad over to Stony Brook and come say hi.
It's BrookCon.
BrookCon,
BrookCon. Okay, cool.
like BROOK.
Like Stony Brook. Okay,
BrookCon.
cool.
It's where I graduated, so I'm like
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, man.
testing at my alma mater, which is
That's so cool, man. Gotta go to that bar we went to last time. They had really good chicken wings. Surprisingly good chicken
that's-
wings.
I love chicken wings.
That's not we went to that was at Rochester. That wasn't in.
Oh, it was Rochester.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn.
Exposed.
It's the
I don't
worst
know
thing. 'cause
I don't know geometry.
There was a burger place that I used to go to all the time, and it closed down during the pandemic. And it's like I can't go to that burger place anymore.
Oh, the one Young E went to.
Yeah, we talked about it. I'm so mad. But anyway, please go there if you're in New York. Thank you. God bless.
Are you visiting
God
Manhattan
bless.
at all?
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
I'll
in
be out to you
Manhattan.
guys until.
There's a breakfast place. It's like French breakfast place cafe. It's in the financial
Oh.
district. It's
Send me the
it's
deets.
godlike. I will.
Where's this?
It's in New York. It's amazing.
Oh, okay.
That sounds so good.
All right. All right.
Mm-hmm.
We are gonna roll the credits if that's cool, Nate. Are we good? Are we good for that?
Mhm. Don't
All right.
forget
We are gonna
this
roll the
time.
credits, but before we do that, we are gonna say good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Jen, 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 Jen.